K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. K98talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98talk.com.
They say we offer simple answers to complex problems. Well, perhaps there is a simple answer. Not an easy answer, but simple.
It's common ground. It's common ground. It's common ground. It's common ground.
We have serious problems to solve, and we need serious people to solve them.
Republicans and Democrats.
All right, folks. Well, good morning. We are live. This is Finding Common Ground. I am joined in studio today by Dave Brown, and also with us on the line is Mr. Rod Eccles. Here in just a second, as soon as I figure out why we're having a technical difficulty, I'll get Bryce added in. Good morning, good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, doing well, and rowdy one. I can tell it's definitely like a switch.
Yeah. All right, so at this point, actually, I do believe I have you and Bryce with us at the same time. Bryce, can you hear me all right?
Hey, yeah, I'm sorry. I, saw the time and I was like, wait, they're an hour behind. But I don't know why. I just couldn't comprehend that I needed to call.
It happens. That's what happens when you're on the East Coast and we're on Central Time. Trust me, everybody gets confused. It's all right. You're with us now. So today, gentlemen, we do have our first panel show in quite some time. We now have Dave, who is what I like to call a JFK liberal. Bryce, I'm not quite sure what you like to classify yourself as. Knowing Rod, the little bit that I'm starting to get to know him, I think he's a little further to the right than even I am. So I think it's going to be a good balance. I just want to take a second. Rod, I know we've done this a couple of times, but again, like we talked about yesterday, not everybody who listens to all of the shows listens to all of them. Or listens to each show, listens to all of them. So why don't you take a moment and kind of fill everybody in on what it is that you do, who you are, and how they can find you.
Sure. Well, basically, I'm fairly new to the talk show circuit. I started back in 2009, actually. So I guess it's a 6-year overnight success, as some people would put it. But my calling tag is I'm the coolest, most politically incorrect conservative black man on the planet. I have been, and by no measure that I asked for this, but I have been compared to people like Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity. And some people have even said that I even make Rush Limbaugh at times look like a liberal. And I would have to agree with that, because sometimes I think Rush is, he gives in a little bit too much to his sponsorship, because he's been stung before by some of the things that he said. And I think in his old age, he's kind of mellowing out. But I'm a firm believer in the Constitution. I'm a constitutional conservative. Although I'm a registered Republican, I am a constitutional conservative. And for all those libertarians out there, no, I am not a libertarian. Sorry.
Well, I can think of one host of ours that's probably a little sad on the inside right now, but I don't think he's with us today. That would be Steve Long, host of Liberty Unfiltered, who is a libertarian and is actually trying to get Oklahoma to recognize them as an actual political party, because our state, as crazy as it is, only recognizes the two. Okay, so now that we've gotten that out of the way, since you've mentioned it before, I'll just throw it out there. Anybody who's wanting to get to know more about Rod can find him on his website. And he is almost everywhere at this point. You can hear him weekdays on K98 Talk. He's syndicated through several other places. He even let a little bit of a teaser loose yesterday that apparently there's another network that's about to pick him up. So you can always find him there. And, of course, he's also nationally syndicated as a columnist, and you can find him in several places. All right. So, Bryce, I think I will actually let you lead this off because as we talked about last night, I think one of the conversations, because it will be interesting to get all four perspectives, liberal, JFK liberal, what I like to call myself is kind of a conservatarian because I kind of lean both ways, and then Rod. So since you have this ongoing love affair with Miss Elizabeth Warren, why don't you explain why that is, and then we'll just kind of go from there.
All right. Well, in my eyes, I think every person on this panel feels that this country is not going on the right track. And I'm assuming that I speak for everybody and that there are policies that are currently being put in place or policies that have been put in place that are devastating not only to our liberty, but to our economy and to our world as a whole. And how we want to deal with these problems, this is where we differ. So the reason I love Elizabeth Warren so much is because she is not having, as you put it, a love affair with the big banks. She is perhaps one of the only politicians who is so vocal about tearing down big banks, stopping corporations from entering into the political arena. Additionally, she wants to fight student loan debt. And no matter how you look at it, student loan debt is going to be the next big bubble that is going to pop, just like the housing market did in 2008. And it's going to devastate the economy. It's an unavoidable bubble, and that's something that needs to get attacked. Third, she's not afraid to talk about climate change. However you want to slice it or dice it, I saw an interesting quote that the truth can be denied, but it can't be avoided. And this is something that she's been pretty adamant about, and she's not afraid to speak up against her own party. There have been numerous instances where we see Elizabeth Warren is going against the bulk of her party to support, to denounce bills that would be in support of insurance companies. I'm drawing a blank, actually, on one of them. But there was one bill, it had to do with the growth of one insurance company for medical research, and she said no, because this is only going to grow profit, not success for the people. But ultimately, I'm in support of Elizabeth Warren because she is, to me, a politician of the people. She's not a politician backed by the mega corporations, the big banks like Clinton and Jeb Bush. She's just a person who really wanted to make a difference, a school teacher who saw a need for a change, and she's really lived that dream. And as you can see if you ever read her book, and if also you read her other book, The Fighting Chance, you can see how she grew up and how, she was never raised in this political family. She's not a career politician. She's using the American Constitution and all of her rights to make a difference for the future. So that's why I love Elizabeth Warren.
Okay, well, I don't know. Of course, I'm sure I could disagree with some of what you said, but since we do have a guest with us today, Rod, do you have anything you'd like to kind of add to his little commentary there, or is there anything particular you want to say about it in general?
Begin? Again, this gentleman is highly misinformed about Elizabeth Warren. Let's go down the list for a second here. The student loan debt problem. Now, she's supposedly against the banks, right? Okay, tell me something. How bad is it, or how much of a difference is it going to make if you're charging 3% interest or 6% interest on a $200,000 debt? Now, that $200,000 is not being charged by the bank. It's being charged by who? The colleges, the very colleges that she teaches at. The very college where she makes over $400,000 a year, and she wants to complain about
the state governments are taking away funding from those same schools. UC Berkeley used to be free in the 1950s until they were forced to cut.
Banks. So guys, don't forget we're on separate channels, so you can't really talk over one another.
You decide to take the money. Period. You owe the debt. I don't care if you took the money at 20% or if you take it at 1%. You owe the debt. You pay it back. It's almost as bad as saying, well, geez, I bought this BMW, but it's too expensive every month, so I can't afford it, so I'm not going to pay for it. Please, give me a break. Nobody would ever accept that. So why are we accepting this on anything else? It's why we had the housing bubble. You start letting everybody who can't afford it buy the house. Eventually, somebody's going to get burned. And in this case, it was the banks that got burned. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it wasn't the banks. It was the American taxpayer, because the banks are what? Insured by the taxpayer. This is the same thing that's going to happen with all of these college loans. Oh, is everything going to be insured by the taxpayer because these kids decided to go to the wrong college and spend too much money on too much tuition from these colleges who are telling them, oh, well, come to our college and you can get this bachelor's degree in underwater ancient European art. Useless degrees. I'm sorry. You took the class. You took the course. You owe the money. And as far as being constitutional, I'm sorry. Elizabeth Warren is not one that loves the Constitution when all she wants to do is interject government into everything. You want to regulate? Part of the problem that we got into the last bubble was that we had over-regulation of the banks. Can we say hello to Barney Frank on that one, please?
You're saying we have over-regulation on the banks?
You don't know about climate change. It does not exist. There has not been any warming the last 18 years, and we've got NASA data to prove it. Satellites, photos to prove it. The data is unbelievable against man-made climate change. This planet has been both colder and warmer before man.
Then can you explain the parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere? How it is at a higher point than any point in the past 650,000 years?
Great warm-up of the 11th century was due to man-made global warming. Please, it doesn't exist.
Then can you explain the CO2 parts per million being at the highest point ever in the past 650,000 years, starting with the Industrial Revolution?
In the last 600,000 years, how many ice ages have we had? And may I ask, speaking of ice age, how did all this stuff get started? In the 1960s and 70s, what was it called? Global cooling. Because everybody...
No, that was one paper. That was one paper in Newsweekly that said that. And that was in the 1970s that came out. There was one paper that suggested that there was global cooling.
What did it change to? What did it change to? It changed to global warming. And then when that didn't take off, now in the 2000s, they're changing it to man-made global climate change. So no matter what man does...
global warming.
Affecting the climate. No, it's telling you that Mother Nature is a lot more powerful than we are, and it's going to continue to do whatever she wants to do, however she wants to do it. There are a number of different factors that affect our climate. And we're
like 10 minutes in, and I think they already want to kill each other. So this is awesome.
And as far as corporations and politics, are you kidding me? What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to tax the hell out of them and then not give them a voice? By the way, who pays corporate taxes? You think corporations pay it? No, you and I, the consumer, do, because companies do not make money. They earn it by selling us goods and products and services. So if their taxes go up, guess whose prices go up? Yours and mine. You don't hear Elizabeth Warren talking about that. Oh, let's raise their taxes and get them to pay their fair share. What is their fair share? Their fair share is taken out of my back pocket when I go into a store and buy something. Don't tell me that she's for the people. She's for the same liberal, overreaching big government as just about she's no different than Bernie Sanders over there in Vermont. Please, she's against the insurance companies, so therefore she's going to go ahead and be behind Obamacare, the biggest insurance scam on the planet. There are millions of people in this country no longer have the kind of insurance. I'm one of them. I used to have a plan that was called Major Medical. Do you know that my plan is now illegal? I cannot have it because of Obamacare. It did what I wanted it to do. I paid the way I wanted to pay it, and now I can't because Obamacare says it's illegal. It cannot be offered in this country anymore.
So the solution is to take it away from everybody?
Take what away? No, you don't. Medical care is not a right. It is not a human right. You do not have the right to take somebody else's knowledge. That doctor and that nurse and that healthcare professional, they went to school, paid their own money to learn what they learned. They spent their time, lots of time, to learn what they learned. I do not have a right to their knowledge without just compensation. It is not a human right. If you're going to say medical care is a human right, then you better say that food and water is a human right and take over all the water companies and all the grocery stores and give all that for free because you need food and water.
Food and water is a human right. It's in the Declaration of the United Nations, passed in 1949.
We don't deal with the United Nations. This is the United States. We have our own Constitution.
It is a human right. You said it's a human right. It is a human right.
No, it is not a human right. A human right is you have the right to pursue your happiness. That's an inalienable right. You do not have the right to medical care because it does not.
That's an inalienable right written in a declaration of war to King George because he was suppressing our human rights. One of our human rights is being that we do have the right to marriage. We have the right to pursue education. We have the right to have merited education. We have the right to
you do not have the right to have somebody
water.
Pay for it. You have the right to pursue. What part do you not understand? You have the right to pursue it, not have somebody else pay for it. Pursuing it means you pay for it.
To get back to the point about corporations, I have a question for you about that. You do realize that the 14 largest corporations in this country are successfully able to keep $1 trillion out of the tax system by keeping it in the Cayman Islands and across overseas. So you're going to say, honestly, that if we raise taxes, that is actually not a bad thing because they're keeping the money out anyway.
Tax rate so they can bring that money in so they can be fairly taxed. You want to tell me that as a person, you're going to run a business and you're going to see profits that you're making overseas. And as soon as you bring it onshore, you're going to have to lose and give up 35% of it. Hell no, you're not going to do it because you're not going to be in business very much longer. That's why they're keeping in the Cayman Islands. That's why they're keeping in Ireland, who, by the way...
No, it's not. So they can grow their billion-dollar profits for themselves, for them greedy selves, so that they can go from having $1 million salary to a gajillion-dollar salary. And it's honestly sickening. It's hurting American jobs. The free trade agreement that's happening right now, fast track, that's sick, and that's a destruction of our liberty. But these are all because corporations are overstepping their boundaries. We're going back to the era before the Industrial Revolution, before when corporations had this giant control. The government wasn't able to step in and say, you can't do that. You want to talk about climate change as well. I just want to get back to that point. NASA has never given out any scientific paperwork that ever supported the idea that man-made climate change is not real. So do not say that NASA supports that. Additionally, we must note that the 97% of climate scientists, people whose job it is to study climate change, has stated that climate change is indeed man-made. It is indeed real.
Time out. Your notion that 97% of scientists believe in global warming
climate
is a
scientists,
lie.
Sir.
Climate scientists. Proven a lie. Let me give you the facts. The Worldwide Meteorological Society, you know, the people that actually study weather, they do not believe in man-made global climate change.
The National Oceanic Administration agrees with climate change. They give you your weather. NASA agrees with climate change. The 5 branches of the military agree that there is climate change. The Navy has expended over $3 billion in preparations for climate change roadmaps. We need to fight climate change because we are destroying our planet. We're cutting down 40 football fields of trees every minute. That's ridiculous. 50% of the world's trees have been gone in the last minute because we are now putting profit over the people because it makes us money to kill our own planet. To frack in Pennsylvania and where Rick and Dave live has become profitable, so now there's going to be more earthquakes. So now their water is going to be contaminated. But you know what? It is profitable and it is free to do. It is within my liberty as long as you don't restrain it. But to me, that's sick.
Let him tell us everything that we're doing wrong on the planet because liberals are the only ones that have the knowledge and know how to fix it, even though they're the ones that mostly screwed everything up. They don't want to listen to facts. All they have is feeling. Feeling, because I feel we're doing this, I feel we're doing that. You tell them and you show them, you slap them upside the head with the fact that the 97% of scientists is wrong and has been disproven. I don't know how many times.
A kid in Bangladesh whose home has been swept away because of rising sea levels, and you tell me how much I'm feeling that. You can see it. It's just a fact. You look at a college student who doesn't know they're a middle-class kid trying to better themselves and get an education. We're the only country in the world
How long
makes a profit off of our student
neutral corners, gentlemen.
It didn't even stop them. This is awesome. Okay,
neutral
guys,
corners.
seriously.
Round 1 is over. We're gonna call it a draw. Guys, you guys are talking over each other so much that nobody can even hear what it is that you're trying to say. That's why I've been trying to explain to you, Bryce, that he's on a phone, so there's about a 3-second delay. And you guys, I understand that you're both very passionate about what we're talking about, which is great, but the issue is nobody can understand a word that you're saying because you're talking over one another. So, at this point, we're going to call round one a bit of a draw. We are actually coming up on a break. So, we're going to, give you guys a chance to kind of catch your breath. And I'm going to go ahead and take break maybe a couple minutes early. And then we are going to come back and see if maybe we can find a topic where everybody can participate. Because I don't know about Dave, but I couldn't even find a way to get a word in sideways on that last one.
Yeah, I'm almost feeling like I don't need to be here. I mean, this is great. You guys are awesomely intense, but also it's Saturday morning, gentlemen. I mean, I'm a little loosey goosey, and man, you guys are about to give me a heart attack here. So yeah, let's take a breather, smoke some if you got them, whatever you got to do, and we'll be right back.
All right, so we'll be right back here in just a couple seconds, folks. We're going to go ahead and take break just a couple seconds early, give these two a chance to catch their breath, see if maybe we can find a topic where we don't instantly go to guns, because that was rather intense, guys. I'm just saying. Probably great for our ratings if people could understand half of it.
We will never fully understand what we've asked of our military service members or their families, asking them to put themselves in harm's way, to endure it all. But we do understand that it's our turn, our duty, to keep them secure for the rest of their lives. Wounded Warrior Project long-term support programs help our most severely ill or injured veterans live independently, at no cost, for life, so that they might stand at ease. Join us at findwwp.org.
Hey, it's Cliff Davis from KLCI FM, the best radio station in the world. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. God's Pure Word of Faith with Richard Harden can now be heard on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings at 7 a.m. Central, 8 Eastern, and on Sunday mornings at his regular time, 6 Central, 7 Eastern. Join with him and let's turn our country back to God. It only takes a spark to start a forest fire. Let's get on fire for the Lord. Right here on K98 Talk and the Spark Radio Network.
right, folks. Well, we're back. We're live. It's Saturday morning, and it is Finding Common Ground. We're about halfway through at this point, and if you're just now tuning in, you've missed a really great exchange between our guest co-host Rod Eccles and our normal left chair co-host Bryce Robbins. Also today, I am joined by Dave Brown, also one of the folks that will from time to time take the left chair and used to actually be the full-time left chair guy. And then, of course, yours truly. Now, we're going to kind of go over some of the things that they've talked about when they were in their exchange, because I have to admit, there are some things that Rod said that I agree with, big shocker. One of which is, Bryce, I know it's a big thing of yours, and I know that you are all about Earth Day and climate change and everything else, but I have to say, I'm just not sure the data is there. So at this point, since Dave and I really haven't had too much to say about it, I'm going to go ahead and just leave my point there for the moment and then see if I can get some input from Dave.
Okay, so here's the thing. I've considered myself an environmentalist since probably 1990. I try to recycle as much as I can, which is sometimes easier said than done when you live in a town that does not have curbside recycling and you're just really kind of a lazy fat guy that doesn't always want to take the time to take everything over to the drop-off. Yes, I admit this about myself. But here, the thing with climate change is I think in a lot of ways environmentalists have shot themselves in the foot because they've latched onto this one thing, global warming, climate change, whatever the hell you want to call it. And that is what they've concentrated on so much. And there's conflicting information, conflicting data. Big shocker in this day and age, you're going to find conflicting data out there from people. Oh my gosh, never thought that would happen. So you've got all this thing that even really smart people who are way smarter than I could ever be, can't agree on. So they latch onto this one thing, and it's a hotbed issue. And when instead of focusing on climate change, global warming, whatever, they should have been focusing on things like the amount of plastic we're pouring into the ocean, the amount of waste that we create, landfills that are getting larger, forests that are being cut down at alarming rates. These really are things that you can't argue against. You can't argue against the amount of pollution that we create, the garbage that's spit into the air and into the seas, and you can't make a logical argument really against that, oh, hey, polluting's bad. I mean, you make that statement, unless you're really crazy, people are going to go, yeah, that's bad. So instead of focusing on something like that, where if we focus on controlling pollution, controlling, stopping the needless destruction of the rainforests, trying to figure out ways to reuse all the crap that we make on a daily basis and the stuff that ends up in landfills, figure out better ways to recycle that and make better use of that material. If we focused on that, whatever the hell's going on with climate change, whether it's Mother Nature flipping us the bird for screwing over the planet for 200 years, or whether or not it's humanity screwing over the planet for 200 years, it wouldn't matter. It would fix itself. So this is a great instance of we've got a group of people who are bless their hearts, are their hearts are in the right place. They have good intentions, but they're focusing on the wrong thing. And then you've got these other people who disagree with them, who are going to just latch onto this thing that can be picked apart and are going to pick it apart. And instead, we could focus on something we could all agree on, which is we should stop polluting the planet. I mean, call me crazy, but simple, logical solutions that take a little bit from each side. That's like I've always said, governance from the middle is the best governance you can have. So you take ideas from everywhere, you put them together, you get the best ones, and you go for it. And in this case, the best thing to do with the environment is to, stop polluting. Stop screwing over Mother Nature. Climate change will take care of itself. Fuck it. Pardon me. It'll work out. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, Bryce, do you have anything you'd like to add? If so, you have 60 seconds.
All right. So I do want to add, actually. If you
Shocker.
if you want to look at it, we are polluting this environment. We're using a ton of fossil fuels, and this has CO2 in it, CO2 being a greenhouse gas. We've seen this on Venus. We see that it builds up the atmosphere, and it's happening here on Earth, which means that radiation from the sun comes in, can't get out, stays in, melts the ice, heats up deep water, and, screws with Mother Nature. Now, I agree that wholeheartedly with what Dave said, but I also think that, this isn't a middle approach. The climate change, all 5 branches of the military believe there's climate change and are actively fighting against it because it's economical for them. So is NASA, NOAA, and so many other scientists have confirmed that this is real. So that's where I'm going to stand on it. But I do wholeheartedly agree with Dave's idea that we need to, clean up pollution because, of course, that goes in conjunction with it. And that was always, my belief.
Okay, so my interjection to both points is I think that would be a great place to get everybody on board because we all agree that we should at least be doing something to take better care of the planet, so I'm not sure why we're not focusing there. Also, Bryce, a point you made earlier about the cutting down of trees, a fact that I wasn't really aware of because of the whole Earth Day thing last week, a lot of the hosts here on Talk were having their own variations of shows about Earth Day. And one of the hosts brought up a really valid point. A lot of the trees that we're complaining about being cut down on a daily basis, at least here in this country, for like paper and everything else that we use them for, were actually grown for that very specific purpose. Now, I can't speak to the rest of the deforestation worldwide, but I have to admit that really wasn't a fact that I had taken into account, is a lot of the trees that we use here are being farmed for those particular purposes. So
that is interesting, but I want to just quickly state the point that we are cutting down 40 football fields worth of trees every minute.
Well, that's
and
because we use a lot
50% of the entire world's trees have been taken down in the past century. Okay. So,
and how many times? Hang on. How many times when we cut them down do we plant them again?
That is true. In this country, we're supposed to plant 2 trees per every 1 tree, but the actual seed rate, in which they, germinate and become a tree is almost less than 50%. So, although it is a good policy and good idea, a lot of times it's run by illegal immigrants attempting to plant trees. And when they do plant baby trees, but a lot of times those don't grow as well.
You just said illegal immigrant. Someone may want to yank your liberal card.
Oh, well, it's true. It shocks me that we treat illegal immigrants better than we treat, veterans, but whatever.
Wait. Did we just find a topic we might be able to talk about without wanting to kill each other?
I'm pretty conservative when it comes to the military, but shucks.
All right. So, Rod, at this point, I'm going to give you a couple minutes to see if there's anything you want to interject with the discussion we're having so far. Maybe give any perspective on your points of anything that's been made.
Well, first of all, his 50% rate, again, another misnomer, and it's been proven as a misnomer. That is not true. Because a lot of the trees that they're counting in that 40 football field, I've heard all those statistics. The problem is that it would be the same thing as, 100% of all broccoli plants are cut every year. Well, yeah, because that's what they're grown for. So a very large number of that 40 football fields are actually grown for that reason. They're called tree farms. And we have Christmas tree farms. We have paper tree farms. They're meant to be, in fact, a lot of these trees, they're not really good for anything for building construction because they're designed and they've been manipulated to grow fast. So instead of waiting 20 years in order to cut down a tree, they can cut it down in about 10 years. It's used for certain industrial purposes. That's why they're called tree farms. The CO2 thing, there's a problem with that, and that is every mammal on the planet exhales CO2. This planet has had more CO2 on it at one point in its history than it does today. Now, look, it's a great idea that we don't pollute. I am wholeheartedly for that. I believe in that totally. And most conservatives are true environmentalists when it comes to that fact. We don't really like to pollute the planet because we're polluting ourselves. The notion is that only the left cares about it is ridiculous. Look at Earth Day. Pictures of on the mall, Earth Day celebration. You don't see large gatherings of conservatives leaving that kind of trash behind. And look, I'm not the only one who saw those pictures. I didn't take the pictures. We're talking places, liberal news groups like the Washington Times, and we're talking, the New York Times, sending their photographers down there, taking pictures of how trash the mall was from a bunch of liberals getting together celebrating the Earth. Please, It's because they do not believe in this nonsense either. As far as the military believing it, no, the military doesn't. The military is looking for ways to save costs, but they do not believe in global warming. They're not out there fighting it. There's no way they can fight it because they're the military. They're out there dealing with other human beings trying to attack them and the United States and our allies, not global warming. As far as saving money, yeah, they're trying out new alternative fuel sources. But you know what? That biofuel that they said was going to be great, it costs 2.5 times more than regular jet fuel. So that's not saving the military any money. There's so much wrong with the global warming stuff. We started out as global cooling, then we morphed into global warming, and now they're telling us that it's man-made global climate change. And Bryce said earlier, it's because as we find out more information, well, there's your problem. You don't know enough already. So you cannot say that we are the cause of it, because we can look back through history and we can see that the temperature and the climate has always been in flux. And for us to be arrogant enough to say that we're causing global climate change is enough to say that right now this is the perfect climate that this planet has, the most perfect climate this planet has ever had, and that we're deviating from it. The other issue is that we've heard all these dire consequences if we didn't do anything to change. New York City, according to Al Gore, should be halfway underwater by now. The oceans will rise. The truth is the oceans have not risen. In fact, they've dropped. In fact, we've got satellite pictures of the ice cap over the past couple of years on the northern and southern poles that have been bigger than they've ever been. We've got record amounts of ice. So the oceans aren't rising. The problem is that they're looking at the natural process, and this is the problem with Bryce. I've seen the changes. You haven't even been on this planet 100 years. You don't know what kind of changes are possible. We're looking at the erosion of certain coastal areas, and we're saying, it's got to be climate change. No, I learned in earth science that there's this process called natural erosion, and that is what's happening. It's going to constantly happen, period. We're not going to be able to stop it. We can't keep the rain from falling. We do not have Star Trek WeatherNet technology yet. It's not in our power.
I just want a transporter.
Me too, right? I just want to be able to hop somewhere and be like instantly at work. That would be awesome.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
So, I actually have two things to say and then a quick question. You said that the sea levels haven't risen. They've actually doubled at the rate of the last century. They've risen 6.7 inches over the last century. Additionally, they've acidified 30%, and that's a record amount of time for acidification. But I want to ask you, are you then saying that 50% of the world's trees are grown on tree farms for the explicit use of our industry?
No, I cannot say that because I don't know what other countries are doing, and half the time we don't know either because they're not giving us the true facts. But let me point out something else to you. All of this focuses on the United States as being the big bad polluter. Let me tell you something. We already know, and this is just came out within the last 2 weeks, that India and China are bigger polluters than the United States. When the Soviet Union fell, we thought we had some of the world's worst polluted lakes. When the Soviet Union fell and that Iron Curtain fell, we found out that we were like pristine over here compared to them. So this is not a United States problem, as all these wonderful environmentalists would have us believe. We have a lot of countries who do not glom on to this notion that we are the major cause of climate change on this planet, and they're not going to follow the lead. China refused to even talk about the Kyoto Agreement. Don't blame them, because it meant that it was going to keep their country in poverty. It was going to damage and hurt the United States big time. It doesn't work like that. Yes, there are countries that are probably clear-cutting that should not be. However, in this country, I know in my state right now, we have so much new forest growth. This state has more trees in it now than estimated before they started the Industrial Revolution at the end of the 19th century. So don't tell me that we're not replanting trees and things are not being reforested. You're going to have to go country by country by country in order to determine that, because it's not worldwide.
Hey, Rod, real quick, where do you live, if you don't mind me asking?
I live in New Hampshire.
Oh, okay. Very nice. No, I've never been there. So you mentioned your state, and I wasn't sure where exactly that was. I want to jump in one thing, and then I think we need to change topics because we're kind of starting to repeat ourselves here. When you mentioned the gathering in Washington, and believe me, I'm not excusing people for being freaking slobs, because in my job, I work in a public library, and on a daily basis, people leave all sorts of crap around the place. It just makes me sick. In fact, one day, side note, quite funny, some dude in the bathroom still strategically dropped a deuce perfectly in the urinal, where it was right there in the little, in the tube in the urinal, in the pipe. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. I'm so glad I didn't walk in on it. But anyway, as far as when you get these, and again, I'm not excusing behaviors, but you get large groups of people, unfortunately, there's going to be trash. And some groups are much better at it than others. But I think to say that these people left trash because they really don't care about the environment, or because they don't believe in environmental causes is, well, that's a stretch. That's like saying, well, I know what these people were thinking. Well, you really don't. One of the things that's always bugged the utter hell out of me about most talk show hosts, especially guys like Limbaugh, guys like Hannity, is they will talk about how they know what other people are thinking, how they know what they're feeling, they know what their intentions are. To which I just want to say, oh, do you have a superpower that you can read minds? Now, you could say things like, well, they're based on their actions, it appears this way. But you don't know. You don't know what's in a person's heart. And that I just had to throw that in, because that always that's one of my pet peeves. So I apologize. But you know what? We should probably go on to some other subjects while we have time, because we're down to like 15 minutes. Ricky, what subject do you want to hit next?
Actually, since we're about to change gears, I figure it's time to take things, at least for the short term, in a bit more of a lighthearted direction. So we are going to take a parody break, and we'll be right back.
And now, Barack Obama shows us how to negotiate. Lesson 1, shopping for that new car. President Obama, I got to say thank you for meeting me here. I mean, I feel kind of overwhelmed. I'm not really good at negotiating. No problem. That's what I'm here for. So what kind of car are you looking at? It's that Cadillac CTS over there. Look, it's a beautiful car, but I mean, the guy told me like the most they'll go down is like $1,000 below sticker price. That's nuts. No way I'm paying that. Well, let's just say I used to own GM, if you know what I mean. So, pretty sure I can get us a good deal. Hey, guys, how you doing? Anything in particular you're looking for today? Oh, hey, Mr. President, how are you? Paul, it's a privilege. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. My friend and I here want to get a price on this Cadillac. And let me just say, as a guy who used to own this company, I expect a good deal. I'll see what I can do for you guys, of course, absolutely. Right now, we're willing to make you an offer of $62,000 on that Cadillac. What are you doing? I got this. Mr. President, we appreciate the offer, $62, but, the sticker price is $55. You just offered him $7,000 over the sticker price. That was too much as it is. What do you... Hey, who's doing the negotiation here? You are, I guess. Whatever. Listen, I'm running out of patience here. I'm going to draw a red line. $65,000, that's it. Actually, forget that. It's time to play hardball. Fine, $70,000. Are you nuts? Listen, I got him right where I want him. Since it sounds, Paul, like you're not taking this offer seriously, why don't you get your manager? I'll get my sales manager. Hold on a second. So, what have you learned so far? I've learned that unless you're negotiating with Republicans in Congress, you're awful at this. I'm out of here. Fine, suit yourself. But I'm pretty sure I could have talked them down to a 17% interest rate. Hey, how much you want for the upgraded floor mats? Join us next time for even more tips on how to negotiate like a pro with Barack Obama.
Okay, so apparently I was wrong. Almost everybody but me hates that. But hey, I'm the programming director around here, so yeah, never mind. I'll be nice.
Yeah, that was Ricky. That of all the parodies you've played in our long illustrious time here as part of K98Talk.com, that was one of the stupidest.
My ears feel dirty.
Yeah, well,
they always feel dirty, Bryce.
That's true. That is true.
Well, never mind. There's so many things I could say right now, and I'm going to behave because I've been being accosted in chat for the last 2 minutes while that was playing. All right. So anyway, personally, I like it. I like Jason's impersonation of Obama, which is why I play pretty much all of them that he does it in. That is not my favorite one that he's done. Normally, I like the ones that he puts to music better, but we already played the one that I really liked yesterday, so I wanted to play a different one. So, yeah, get over it. It's done. It's over. You can wash your ears out. Well, everybody but Bryce, because, in about 15 minutes he'll be doing his solo thing. All right, so, Dave, we haven't really heard too much from you today other than an interjection here and there. Did you have anything you want to talk about today since we're down to about 13 minutes?
God, where to begin? We've hit on a lot of subjects. One thing I will bring up earlier on, we talked a bit about, or Bryce and Rod talked a bit about college education and the price of college. And there was a point that I think Bryce was trying to make that was a little bit missed, and it was that going back to, I want to say it was pre-Reagan era, universities, state-run universities, got the majority of their funding from tax dollars, and through that, college education was a lot more affordable than it is now.
Yeah, you're talking glorious 30 years. Just saying. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, I just turned 40. Time's become a blur. Give me a break. So, I do think that there are definitely serious issues with funding that we have going on with public education, both in the in primary, public schools that we have in our states and in the university systems. Unfortunately, the university system has become a bit of a racket, especially where it comes to universities collaborating with textbook publishers, and because they are, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to use a graphic analogy here. They are raping American students right now. And I understand textbooks are going to need to be, just as a necessity, more expensive than a standard book you would buy in Amazon or Barnes & Noble or whatever bookstore still happens to be standing, for the simple fact of they have a shorter run time. You make a textbook, and even if they weren't churning out new ones every year to be obnoxious asshats, but let's say you make a textbook, you figure you get your first run of it, and then a whole butt ton of students are going to bring it back, and now the bookstores are going to be selling used copies, which means the next year the publisher is going to have a harder time selling as many new copies. And the publisher needs to make their money. I mean, they're a company. They need to make money. That's what companies do. We all need to make money because we need to put roofs over our heads and food on the table and all that good hey. So that I understand. But the way that has become inflated and the whole just crony setup that is going on within the colleges, within the publishers, and a lot of it comes from the fact that so much funding has been cut over the last 30 years. I heard a statistic once, something along the lines of universities used to get around 70% of their money from taxes, from state funding, and now they're lucky if they get 30%. Don't quote me on that. That was something my dad told me. I haven't researched it in a long time. It's probably ballparkish accurate. So please don't hurt me if someone can instantaneously, with their crazy smart-ass minds, go in and find that stat and rub it in my face, because I'm just not good like that. But the point is that state schools have lost so much funding that they have to be able to pay to keep themselves open. Professors need to make good salaries, because it does not, it's not cheap. Even back in the day, it wasn't cheap to get a master's degree or a PhD. So you want these people to make a good living. At the end of the day, I want everyone to make a good living, man. Whether you are liberal, conservative, gay, straight, black, white, whatever, man. I want you to be able to provide for your family and be successful, whatever it is that you want to do. I think that's the great thing about this country, and it's sadly not quite as our opportunities aren't quite what they used to be. and we can argue over what has caused that. I have my own theories. But still, to some extent, people have the chance of working really hard and making something great with their lives, and that is amazing. But with the whole college education situation, it has become unsustainable in the funding. And now we can argue, well, where are we going to get the money to fund it? That's a great question. That's in a lot of ways, that's a whole other debate. Especially you look at the national level at the way the budget gets just abused by people who apparently don't understand basic math. It's unreal. And because, it's logic of let's go cut funding to PBS when that is a tiny, tiny fraction of what we spend in the federal budget versus, oh, hey, let's have some moron who was in Congress for a couple of years, lost re-election. He's 45 years old. He's going to get a pension and health care the rest of his freaking life. How is that economically viable? Say, can I run for the House of Representatives, have one pathetic 2-year term and then get a paycheck the rest of my life? That'd be freaking awesome. No, we seriously, that crap needs to go away, because that would, I swear, if we got rid of some of that, we would, a lot of our budgeting issues. And also, just real quick on the budget, a simple line by line audit of the budget. Let's see where we're overspending. Let's see where we're double spending on things. Isn't that what families have to do when we become broke? We look at how much money we have coming in and our bills. Well, maybe this month we don't go to Western Sizzlin' and eat, because that steak dinner is going to cost us money that we don't have. So that's what the government needs to do. But unfortunately, both of our political parties are blind jackasses that would rather pursue their own power than actually do something for the folks on the streets. And we have not had policy in over 20 years that has been pro-people. So we haven't had it in the last two administrations. Both have just been, monkeys for whoever's been handing them their money. Let's dole out some cash. Okay, that's we're your bitch now. But I digress. Joe, thoughts, please.
Beautifully put.
Accurate on your assessment about the funding, but here's the rub. You keep saying public colleges, and I fully understand the dilemma that public colleges are in, because they're funded by the state, and the state is obviously funded by taxpayers, and taxes have been skyrocketing, and people just can't afford it. So naturally, and we can have a whole separate show and discussion about why a lot of the funds are being diverted into other programs statewide, but they still have their costs. You're right. And however, and I don't fault anybody from making a good living either. I mean, you're right. This is what this country's about. Look, I believe that pro athletes are overpaid. However, if they can get that kind of salary and somebody's willing to pay it to them, I have no issue. Because nobody's getting hurt except for the person who's buying the ticket, but then nobody's forcing the fan to buy the ticket at $100 a ticket. So it's the same thing with going to college. There are a lot of instances here in this country where most of the Forbes 100 list in this country, whether they be young or old, do not have a college degree. So it isn't something that you have to go to college in order to achieve a good life. And I disagree with you on the opportunity aspect. I believe there's more opportunity in all kinds of areas in this country today than there have ever been. But the whole notion that we can pick and choose who should get paid what, who deserves to get paid a lot and who deserves not to get paid a lot is none of our business, and we shouldn't be doing that kind of thing. And this is where I fault Elizabeth Warren. Here's a woman at a private school, by the way, with one of the largest endowment funds on the planet. Harvard has so much money in their endowment fund that half the students that go there now could be paid with that by that endowment fund. But Harvard is one of the most expensive schools in the country. Why? Not just because the professors have to get their money off the books that they help write, the textbooks, which is another scam. You're right, another scam in and of itself. I remember having to go into the college bookstore and buying college books. And one of my professors was very keen on this. He knew how to milk the system big time, because every other year, this is what the publisher and the 5 authors of this textbook did. They changed one word and changed around the chapters. So when you went to his class and he told you to read a certain chapter, it had to be from the newest book, because that chapter was going to be different from the used book that you were buying. So don't tell me that they're not knowing what they're doing on this one, because they do. And you have Elizabeth Warren making over $400,000 a year as a professor, teaching 1 or 2 classes a week. Really? And she's going to complain about somebody else making a lot of money? No, see, we don't have any business to. I'm not saying that she shouldn't earn $400,000, but don't tell us that somebody else shouldn't earn that, and don't tell us that banks are charging too much interest when her very school could afford to send half the students there for free, and she's making $400,000, and they're charging $200,000 for a 4-year degree. That is very hypocritical. That is what I'm saying about her. That is what I'm saying about the college institute. We're complaining about medical costs skyrocketing. Out of the 20 years, about 15 of the past 20 years, college tuition at private schools, not just public, but private schools, has outpaced the inflation rate of medical costs. Yet the government just basically took over the medical insurance industry. But they're not taking over college.
Well, yeah, and you're right. The whole thing is, unfortunately, I think a lot of times what happens is organizations, organizations get to a certain size, and it becomes so much about self-preservation. So there are people, I'm sure at Harvard, whose job it is to make sure that Harvard has as much of a big stash of cash as possible, just like they're going to be people at other major corporations that do the same thing. And it's screwed up. It's something where I think we as a society have gotten, we're misguided in a way. We've lost track of the sight of things that are important. Whereas we talk about, like, people often talk about CEOs making way too much money, and I also liked your athletes making way too much money. Yeah, I totally agree with you there. But on the flip side, the owners of those teams are making a whole butt ton of money off of these people. So the major stars that are actually bringing the people into the stands, they might as well get their fair share, get their cut. And I shouldn't have used the fair share statement. I apologize. That's always a term that people hate. But, they should get an equitable part of that because they're bringing in so much. So that's why I look at things like, with Harvard should be offering a ton of scholarships, giving tons of people they should just cut their costs. It shouldn't cost so much to go to Harvard. I know it is one of the hoity-toity premier schools. Oh my God, I've got a Harvard degree. I'm so much better than everyone else. Screw you. No, Harvard, yeah, you can get this great education at Harvard, but honestly, is it really truly that much better than something you would get at, say, the University of Oklahoma? In some subjects, absolutely. In others, probably not. It's probably going to be about the same. But you're going to pay a whole lot more because of the name. Just like morons who go out and buy designer's jeans that are $85 with huge holes in them. Why are you paying $85 for jeans with big-ass holes in them when you could go to Walmart and you get a pair of perfectly good jeans for $12 to $25? Oh, because there's the name on it. That's why. So, yeah. And with the whole thing with like companies, with corporations, it's, again, I'm like you. I want people to make as much money as humanly possible. But I think we have lost something that has happened in corporate America is that at some point, and you could probably blame that one dude who took over Disney and finally made it solvent back in the 80s. They came in and made this obnoxiously huge paycheck, and I'm happy for them. Great, go for it. The problem with that is you are now taking money away from the rest of the organization. That money could be used to help pay your people more. And if everyone got paid more, in the long run, the companies would be better off. This happens all the time. Companies talk about, well, if we raise If we raise how much we pay people, we're gonna have to charge customers more, because that is true. At the end of the day, every expense that every company has will be taken care of by the customer at the point of sale. That's basic economics. That's the way it has worked since we go back to Mesopotamia, when people were selling junk out of their huts. That's just the way it is. That's how economics works. But if you have corporations, say like Costco, where you've got a CEO that makes, I forget what he makes, like 200, 400,000, but he makes sure that all of his employees are well paid with good benefits. And that is a sustainable way to run your organization. And I think if more companies, and the government shouldn't be the ones telling them to do that, they should be doing it because they realize, hey, if I want this company to last in the long run, and even if I want to be able to keep making a lot of money, then I'm going to need to take this money that is right now just sitting in my bank and increase paychecks to everyone else, just like that guy in Seattle did. He was making something like $2 million a year, and he said, you know what? No, I'm taking a pay cut. I'm going to make $70,000 a year, and all of my least paid employees now make $70,000 a year. That's the kind of ingenuity that we need to have more of in the economy. And again, I don't want the government telling people to do that. I want companies to realize, oh, hey, in the long run, this is what's best for me. And to borrow a phrase from my good friends at the WWE, it's what's best for business. Thank you, Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
And of course, the host of a wrestling podcast would, of course, within the last couple of minutes of the show, bring everything back to wrestling.
Of course I am. Can you smell what I'm cooking? I mean, come on.
All right, so I did want to point out one thing, and then I'll give the last few minutes to Rod while we wrap up. You went from saying fair share to equitable portion. Did you think just because you used bigger words, nobody noticed it meant the same thing? Just saying.
No, it's just a catchphrase people hate. People hate the term fair share. And so I was trying to get it so I wouldn't be raked over the coals for using that word so I chose the word equitable. Let's have a more equitable situation.
All right, so at this point, folks, we have actually ran just a couple minutes long. I want to give at least the last couple of minutes of the broadcast here on Finding Common Ground to our guest panelist today, Mr. Rod Eccles. Again, sir, it's been a pleasure having you with us today. It's been interesting, to say the least. I thought you and Bryce actually went to guns really early in the show, so we did kind of rein things back in just a tad. But really good exchanges today, and I just want to take a moment to give you time again to let folks know where to find you and how to get in contact with you should they choose to do so.
Thanks. I've had a good time here. I'm glad for having me. Quick note, Ben & Jerry's went the opposite way because fair equities type of stuff wasn't working for them, and they would have been out of business if they didn't change. The whole notion that we are, that we're a one-sided country is false. We're really not. There's a lot of different opinions, and I really welcome all the different opinions that were here today, and I'd really, truly thank you for having me on. People can always reach me at rodeccles.net. That is where, the nucleus of the whole Rod Eccles show conglomerate, if you want to call it that, is they can get all the information of where they can listen to me, where they can read my different articles, and a lot of info. It's becoming a good a site for a lot of information. The search program over there works very well. You can search for all kinds of different information that we've posted over there on the site. So it's becoming a repository for a lot of information, and it's not one-sided. I like to think that I'm very fair. I'm a logical person, and if something truthful and logical comes from the left, I'm going to say it. If something truthful and logical comes from the center, I'm going to say it. If it's logical and truthful from the right, I'm going to say it. I'm just a man in pursuit of the truth, period. And I believe in the Constitution, period.
All right. Well, it's been, again, our pleasure having you. Don't forget, folks, if you like hearing Rod, his show does air here every Monday through Friday from 10 to noon Central. Also, he will be joining the Conservative Curmudgeon next Wednesday for the first hour of his show, so you can always tune in and check them out there. At this point, gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and change gears. We are now almost 6 minutes into Bryce's showtime, so we're going to change gears, get that rolling. I will probably roll something for a couple minutes, Bryce, to take a little bit of a break before we we change. Rod, I just want to say again, thanks for hanging out with us today. It's been fun. And I did email Laura back. I basically let her know that you do have a standing invitation anytime you want to hang out. So just let us know.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Rick. Bye-bye, guys.
Take care.
Take care, man. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think Bryce actually had a little bit more fun with it than I did, because at one point I thought they were going to kill each other.
I did too. That initial exchange actually started to remind me of why I don't participate in political discussions very often. So I was like, damn, these fools are going to hurt each other. And I mean, they're both on the East Coast, so you could actually get toward each other.
Hey, don't give them any ideas. I don't want to be held liable.
Man, but yeah, that was fun. We definitely need to do this again, and hopefully at some point I will have another Saturday off. Oh, but speaking of, tomorrow, the Rowdy One and I are going to do a special show tomorrow morning. At what, 9 o'clock did we decide?
Yep, 9 Central, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific.
All right, so is it going to be under the Morning Mashup banner, or are we just going to do it under Finding Common Ground?
Nah, I figure we might as well dust off Morning Mashup, because in between all the guest hosts we've had going on lately and all the prep work I've been doing, I want to spend at least a little bit of a Sunday talking about stuff that's not political, so that one's the one that we can kind of go everywhere with, so I think we're going to
awesome. So we're going to have to talk about Daredevil. If you haven't watched it all,
yes,
you need to.
I'm about halfway through it. That actually is one of my plans for today, is to get caught up some more.
Can I ask Dave a quick... Well, actually, both of you, can I ask you both a quick question?
Hey, we're in your showtime at this point. You can ask as many questions as you want.
All right. Okay, good. I don't know. Did either of you see the new Star Wars trailer?
I did.
Okay. My fear is that this new Star Wars is going to be like a boom, pow, kind of like more Avengers-y, less story-like. What is your take on that?
This is Abrams we're talking about.
And J.J. Abrams is a very good storyteller. And here's most of my experience with J.J. Abrams, admittedly, comes from the show Alias, which is shut up, Ricky. Which is one of my favorite shows of all time. It's like in my top 3.
Lens flare and phaser fire.
What?
Lens flare and phaser fire.
Yeah.
The only two consistencies between both of the new Star Trek movies have been lens flare and phaser fire.
But even if we look at the 2 Star Wars films, if we look at Lost, well, and I only watched the first season of Lost, but those, there was a lot of shoot 'em up, bang bang in the Star Wars movies, but there was a lot of story.
Yeah.
There's Star Trek, sorry. So I am this whole time with this new Star Wars, I've been I've been guardedly optimistic. I'm hopeful, but I'm also worried because George Lucas screwed the pooch with those dreadful prequels, and I'm very happy that he does not have direct interaction with these new movies. That's really good. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, my biggest fear with the whole thing was that they would throw away the extended universe continuity, which they did. So, and I understand why they did. You have to give everyone a clean slate to make a better story. That just like Abrams did with the Star Trek movies, create an alternative timeline so he could create new stories and not be burdened by what was already there. So I understand that, but yeah, I'm hoping there's a good story, but if we're really honest about the whole thing with Star Wars, Lucas got really freaking lucky. Lucas tapped into something that is primal within us, the hero's journey. And he did that in such a beautiful way in the original Star Wars film. But at the time, and if you go back and watch a lot of the documentaries of the making of that first movie, he was making that crap up as he went along. He had no idea what he was doing. This whole thing of, I had all of these grand stories, this whole epic in my head. No, you didn't. You're a liar, sir, because you've told us over the years 14 different things. Well, yes, I was going to do 9 movies. And then, no, I only ever had an idea for 6. No, sir, you only ever had an idea for 1, and then you made it up as you went along. Just ask Steven Spielberg. Hey, Steven, I've got this great trilogy idea for Indiana Jones. It's going to be awesome. No, actually, I've only written 1 movie, and I don't have ideas for the other 2. That is the story of George Lucas. He's really good at coming up with these grand scale ideas. He's not great at implementing them. Which is, of course, why Empire and Jedi were so much better than the other films in the series. But even A New Hope was leaps and bounds better than all 3 of those monstrosities of prequels.
I could get on board with what you're saying here.
Yeah. What do you think? Are you still just really scared?
I mean, I kind of...
Well said.
Look, I saw if you watch the trailer, you see the X-Wing fighters in the ground, and you see a giant Imperial ship impaled into the ground. And to me, George Lucas never did those kind of scenes. And if you look at how the Millennium Falcon moves, they never had those camera angles because it wasn't ever computerized. It was always models. At least in the originals, and even in the new ones, it still took aspects of how they filmed it previously, and I think that's just something that's going to be left out. I feel like it's going to just be, it's going to be different, and I don't know how. I don't know. I'm scared.
Well, I like the fact that they're able to do more with the. With the way the Millennium Falcon flies. I think that's great. I don't have issues with that. And of all the things that, for example, when Lucas went in and edited and changed up the original trilogy, most of it was awful. There are a couple things that weren't bad. Most of it came in Empire Strikes Back, things they did to Cloud City, turning the walls into windows and opening that up. That stuff all looked fantastic. But I actually like the way the movement of the ships, and that was one thing they did really well in the prequels is those battles looked great. And also the lightsaber duels were 1,000 times better than the original trilogy, especially the Duel of Fates and Phantom Menace. That thing was absolute best. It was just a beauty to behold.
I agree with you. We should just make a segment, Finding Common Star Wars. Until we
Yes. Yeah. Did you like the Star Trek films?
I would. Yeah. I did.
Whatever. Don't lie. We've had that conversation.
Oh, you didn't? I take it.
Well, he's more of a Star Wars fan. I do believe, if memory serves, your girlfriend is more of the Trekkie and you're more of the Star Wars guy.
Yeah, in fact, now she's jumping boats because J.J. Abrams did the new Star Trek. She liked those. So she's like, well, I can't wait to see what he does with the new Star Wars movies. And me, you just heard me, I'm kind of on the fence about this one. I'm like, I can't wait to see the new Star Wars, but I don't want to see it die. And she's like, well, I can't wait to watch Star Trek take over Star Wars.
It can't die any worse than it already did in the prequels.
Yeah, and the thing, fundamentally, they're very different because really, in all honesty, Star Wars, as much as people like to call it this great science fiction film, it is a fantasy. It's fantasy in space. And what makes it a fantasy is the whole thing with the Jedi. Because as soon as you start to incorporate magic, you go into the realm of fantasy. And the Force is magic. And they have Star Wars tapped into something, like I said earlier, primal. It tapped into the same parts of us that love to, read stories about heroes, that love things like mythology, and is what the things in stories that draw us to even to religion. That's what Star Wars really tapped into. Science fiction doesn't tap into that as much. Sometimes it does, but it's a completely different beast, and I think it has a different effect on the human psyche than, say, fantasy does. And I bring this this distinction to comic books, because in comic books I say DC Comics, though that is mythology, that is fantasy. Marvel Comics is science fiction. And one of the reasons why Marvel Comics has done so well in live action movies is it's much easier to adapt science fiction from the page to the big screen than it is to adapt mythology, because mythology is so primal, it's so spiritual in a way. It's almost religious. And to bring that to the screen is very controversial. And just look at the way people reacted to Man of Steel. It's hard to do. So that's something, that's where you get these different fans, people who are, real Star Trek fans. They don't always get Star Wars, and vice versa, because you're tapping into different parts of humanity and just different personalities. So.
And Dave, before we go, I must make the point. It is not magic. It is mini-chlorians.
No.
They pulse through them.
I'm so holding back bad words right now. Because that is one of the absolute worst plot devices ever constructed.
No, Dave. It flows through all of us in nature. Combines us. Binds us.
It's still magic. It's Taoism. It is. It's almost. It's Brahma. It's the Tao. It's Chi. It's magic. Is what it is. What it really boils down to. But yeah, midichlorians. Fuck you, George Lucas. Oh,
he was probably high.
He was probably what?
He was probably high.
I hope that's his excuse for coming up with that garbage. That and that poor kid's acting. Oh my God. Hey, let's hire a bunch of people who can't act for crap, and we'll have them play our main character. That's brilliant.
Do you guys just want me to go ahead and roll the intro into Bryce's show, and you guys can just keep going with what you're talking about now? Because you already really weren't planning on doing anything, because you thought we were going to do the show at 10 anyway.
That's true. I do have a guest coming on.
That's fine. I was basically spitballing
later,
at this point.
so I would love to keep going, though. You can roll the clip and whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Well, let's keep going until 10:30, and sounds good.
All right, sounds good.
So we're going to take a quick break. You guys will start hearing some commercials here in a second. Then we'll come back and actually start Bryce's show, where Dave is going to hang out with him for a few minutes. And Bryce, hang out, because I'm going to run a couple-minute break, because I just got an email I think you might be interested in.
Oh, I want to know.
Well, that's why you're still here. Shush. All right, so give me a second. We'll get a few things queued up, and then we will change gears. And actually, I think I'm just going to run one I haven't done in a while, because it'll run long enough for us to have our discussion, and then I can roll the intro music for Bryce, and then we can get started. All right, folks, this is actually going to end the after the show section of Finding Common Ground, which is actually supposed to be off the air 17 minutes ago and counting. So I do hope, for those of you still listening live, that you've enjoyed the little bit of extended stuff that we've had going on here. Here in just a couple of minutes, we will get started with the Opinion Nation show hosted by Bryce Robbins, and you will hear that intro here in a couple of minutes once we take a quick break. We'll be right back with you, and at this point, I'm going to move into the back seat and let Dave and Bryce continue their discussion, and then Bryce will have a guest on later.
Hi, everybody. This is Denny C. on behalf of Common Ground Media and the Family Factor. I'd like you to pay attention to the commercial you're about to be listening to, as my nephew has something called cystic fibrosis, and we'd like you to help by giving to those with this disease. You can give by going to www.cff.org. Again, that is cystic fibrosis at www.cff.org. So thank you, and please listen to the commercial.
Cystic fibrosis is a disease that attacks the digestive system and slowly shuts down the lungs. The mucus in everyone else's lungs is more watery, so you guys can clear it easier. But when it comes to my lungs, the mucus is very syrupy. I've been doing my treatments every day of my life, so to me it's just one of those things that are normal. My name is Brian Warnicke, and I've been living with cystic fibrosis for 15 years. It feels like I'm breathing through a straw. Whenever I try to breathe hard, it hurts. I want to make the most out of my life and have as much fun as I possibly can, and my biggest fear is not being able to do that.
Hope that you spend your days, but they all add up. And when that sun goes down, hope you raise your cup. Oh, I wish that I could witness all your joy and all your pain. But until my moment comes, I'll say
This is Denny C. Please help my nephew and others at www.cff.org. Again, that's www.cff.org.
God's Pure Word of Faith with Richard Harden can now be heard on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings at 7 a.m. Central, 8 Eastern, and on Sunday mornings at his regular time, 6 Central, 7 Eastern. Join with him and let's turn our country back to God. It only takes a spark to start a forest fire. Let's get on fire for the Lord. Right here on K98 Talk and the Spark Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. This is Denny C. on behalf of Common Ground Media and the...
Welcome to Opinion Nation.
And we stand today on the edge of a new frontier.
There is nothing wrong with America that cannot be cured by what is right with America.
What makes us Americans is our shared commitment to an ideal that all of us are created equal.
I, too, am America.
Now here's your host, Bryce Robbins.
Hello, everybody, and I am still joined by Dave, and we will be having a guest on in, well, what seems to be 7 minutes. But I must continue my conversation with Dave about Star Wars, because I am a huge Star Wars fan, and Dave is a fan of what seems to be almost every comic book, fantasy, science, novel, Comic-Con, basically. So, Dave, please, let's continue.
I wouldn't say I'm a fan of everything, because, I mean, things like I've never read the Game of Thrones books, or Fire and Ice, I think is what they're called. I actually haven't even watched Game of Thrones yet. But, you know, I like what I like. But yeah, Star Wars is a lot of fun. Hopefully these next movies will not suck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just scary to me. Like, I don't know. I agree that, you know, Star Wars was going downhill in the last movies. I think the third one, Revenge of the Sith, was a lot better than the second one. And I would even go as far to say number one. But, and those are of the prequels, of course. It gets weird with the numbering. But,
right.
I think it was going uphill a little bit. I thought the battles were cool. What did you think about those?
Well, Revenge of the Sith was a good movie. It was, from top to bottom, probably the best of the trilogy, though I have to admit, I kind of like Phantom Menace. I don't hate it as much as a lot of fans do, because in my opinion, Attack of the Clones is by far the worst of those movies. Yeah. It has... The only really redeeming thing that Attack of the Clones has is the fact that you nowhere else will you ever get to see a Muppet kick Dracula's ass.
That's true.
So that's really it's because that opening scene where Anakin and Obi-Wan are in the elevator thing, I haven't seen her in 10 years, Master. God, what'd you do? Turn into Torgo from Manos Hands of Fate? Where'd they get this kid? He is awful. But I've heard that, to be fair to Hayden Christensen, he was told to act like that, which goes to show even more that George Lucas has no clue what he is doing. But I mean, yeah, Sith was good. The battle scenes were fantastic. The story progressed well. And I thought it did some things that were really cool. We got to see the Yoda Palpatine battle that we never thought we'd see. We got to see Mace Windu, Jedi Jules take on Palpatine, which was really cool. And I will say, in that battle showed that Mace Windu was 10 times the swordsman that Palpatine was, but Palpatine was just stronger in the Force and sneakier. Plus, Samuel L. Jackson got his poor arm chopped off, which is going to stop the battle cold. But then there are things like Obi-Wan is now a master. No, Obi-Wan was never a Jedi master. Where is this coming from? So yeah, it was good, but not great, and still it lacked. All three of those films lacked the awe-inspiring nature of the original trilogy, and I was lucky enough that I saw those movies, all of them except the first one, in the theaters, and they all left you just with this amazing sense of some magical magistry, and there's this universe of stories that are out there that we'll never get to know everything, and it was just incredible. And that whole sense of awe was missing in the prequels because it was so much concentrated on the battles, on the CGI, and a lot of it was hey, let's see what we can do, not instead of, hey, let's focus on what we should do.
Yeah, I again would wholeheartedly agree with you on that statement. Any last thoughts? Because it seems that we're coming down to 2 minutes, so I will give my guests some time to call in. I'll probably go to break.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you for letting me hang out a little bit. And just side note, hey Ricky, I'd like to talk to you for a second. So if you can pull me off to the side later here in a moment, and so we can chat, that would be awesome. If not, cool. But yes, thank you, Bryce, for having me on. This is a lot of fun. I've missed hanging out with you guys on Saturday mornings. So good luck with your guest. Who is your guest, by the way?
Her name is Allie. She is coming from Crownsville, Maryland. She's a phenomenal person. She's interesting. She's very adamant about what she believes in, and we'll be talking about, I think, police brutality and topics like that. Yeah,
that'll be fun. All right. Well, again, thanks for having me on, and I will talk to you later.
All right, sounds good. I hope to see you more often.
Definitely.
Actually, Bryce, I think your guest is on now.
Okay, Allie, hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hey. All right, so I think we're just going to run to a quick break, and then we will continue with the show. All right, so Rick, if you could just take us into break.
Certainly.
The hell?
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level, or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com.
Not on my watch, our military service members say, as they volunteer to serve, as they move out, stand firm, and take fire. So not on our watch, we say, to the severely ill or injured veterans who can't get the care they deserve to live full and independent lives, even when there's no government funding or a nursing home seems like the only option. We won't leave one warrior behind. Not on our watch. Join us at findwwp.org.
Hey, it's Cliff Davis from KLCI FM, the best radio station in the world. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, and I am joined now with my dear friend Ali, and today we're going to be talking about police brutality. So before we start discussing, police brutality has been big in the news, and we see that it is coming out a lot, that we're seeing, what appears to be, at first glance at least, unarmed black men being shot or killed or abused by police officers. Now, the central question around this is it really an issue that is there, that is present, or is it an issue that is highlighted by the media? Or is it an issue that is highlighted by the media? So, Ali, why don't you start and, give us your opinion on this. This is Opinion Nation, so what do you believe?
Can you repeat that question?
Do you believe that, police brutality is an issue that is highlighted by the media, and that is why it's so prevalent or present in our society and in our conversation? Or do you believe that it might be something that is not really an issue? It's just what it is. It's just played up by the media. How do you take it? Is it an issue, or is it just a media kind of boast point?
I don't think that the sensationalization of police brutality by the media makes it any more relevant than it would be if it was just happening without the sensationalization. I think that it's just an issue generally. It's more the militarization of the police that is the problem, not the police brutality, because the police brutality comes after the militarization.
Okay, I like that point, and I guess we could build off that. I remember during Ferguson, we could see that there were giant, police, almost tanks, I guess. But we do have to remember that there were large crowds, many angry protesters, in conjunction with peaceful protesters. But don't you feel as weapons get more advanced and also become in the hands of more people that it is necessary to provide the police with better equipment? I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here and kind of get your opinions here.
Policemen should...
Hello?
Never mind. Forget I said anything. Okay. I think that the militarization of the police does not mean for greater weapons. Like, for example, police right now have tasers and guns, and there are some radical people who think that if you take guns away from the police, that somehow the problems of police brutality and militarization will go away. But I think that they should have guns, they should have tasers, because there are some bad people out there that will shoot the cops if they don't have these things.
Right. So, no, let's talk about that. That's actually a good point to talk about, is tasers. A lot of people are saying, well, cops should be using their tasers more often. And we saw in that recent case, I believe it was no, it wasn't in Baltimore. It was in North Carolina, I want to say, where the cop went to reach for his taser and then shot the victim, or shot the suspect. And, yeah, that's how that happened. But there are cases where we see where police are using their tasers that they're not working because maybe somebody is intoxicated or high, and they're on so much adrenaline that these tasers aren't taking them down. So when we see police shooting people, do you think that is, I guess, justified, or do you think tasers should always be the first resort? Because we got to remember, though, that cops are in fear of their lives in many cases, right?
Well, the thing is, the problem with that Eric Harris case, where the guy, where Eric Harris was selling an arm to, well, essentially an illegal gun to a undercover police officer, and then ran away from the cop and was shot by the 73-year-old man who was a reserve officer. Mind you, he's 73 years old. We don't need 73-year-old cops, but that's another issue. But the fact that he accidentally shot this guy while trying to pull out his taser just shows that he was unfit for the job. He had given a whole lot of money to the police department before that, and now he's currently taking a vacation in the Bahamas after he just killed a man. So, like, there are a bunch of different things that come into this case. It's more than just the fact that they had a weapon and they didn't know which one to use. It's a lot deeper than that. So, now, let me ask you this one. There was a video that Rick, the guy who does the board for the show and really, started all this up, we had this conversation a while ago. There was a video that went viral. It was in Detroit. I don't know. It was somewhere in Michigan. I'm sorry, actually. Anyways, he was out. It was a man, because Michigan has open carry laws. And he was walking around with this big assault rifle, and he was walking in front of cops. He was walking near a school, and he was pacing around that school, and the cops showed up, and he said, I have open carry rights. You can't do anything about this. Ha ha ha, kind of wiping in his face. Now, it is my belief, I don't know if it's yours as well, but if that was a black man, the police wouldn't have backed down the way they did. Because in this video, if you've ever seen it, the officers kind of get bullied out of dealing with this person. And they step down and they say, all right. So, do you think that if this was a black person, it would have been handled differently? Of course. I think that race always plays an important role, and I think that a lot of people don't understand that. I think that
yeah.
I think that race has a huge impact on the way that people interact with the police, and I think that the entire premise of racial profiling is to eliminate risk initially when you see a person who might be doing something bad or criminal or participating in criminal activity or any of those things. But it's an easy way out it's an easy way to just classify people using the stereotypes. Oh, this is a black guy. He must be drug dealing or something.
Okay. I mean, a lot of things we hear are, and to me, they're pretty radical. And people chant, cops are killers, this and that. And we do see this culture of, like, Bill Maher. Okay, I mean, I watch Bill Maher like it's my religion, and he probably wouldn't like that considering he's such an atheist. But I do watch him very frequently, and he's very adamant that there is a problem with cops and the culture around cops. Now, I do think that there needs to be reform in how cops are trained, but what do you think is the big reason behind this, what we're calling police brutality?
I think that in this conversation we are, like, ignoring, I don't know, a big facet of the discussion. I'm not really sure how to answer your question.
All right, well then please bring up the bring up what you think is we are ignoring here.
I think that there is an inherent bias between. Well, I think there's a difference in quality of life, or value of life, rather, that we place on black and white people's lives. I think that a black life is not equal to a white life, and thus it is easy to shoot people in the street because they're kind of like animals. They're not as highly regarded. They just don't care, and they don't have to, because blacks don't have the institutionalized power to really do anything if they are shot in the street. Like, you don't see Jews being shot in the street because people would be like, "Oh, this is another Holocaust or something." And I'm probably going to get crucified for that, saying that later. But the thing is, like, the premises that black and white people stand on are completely different, because they're just not equal. They aren't. So,
well, can I ask you this though? It seems to me that in many of these cases, and one of the only ones I found that I'm fully against was the Tamir Rice case, where a 12-year-old boy was shot. But it seems that none of these people are church-going, citizens. And it seems that a lot of these, these types of crimes that require immediate police response rather than undergone investigation are committed more frequently by blacks and Hispanics. So don't you think then that it is kind of justified that is the reason why the numbers are different?
No, not at all. Because if you look at the National Bureau of Statistics, white people are more likely to sell drugs nor do them than black people. And in fact, if you look at the rates of black and white selling drugs, white people or doing drugs rather, white people do drugs a lot more than black people, because simply they constitute more a larger percentage of the population, and thus they do drugs more. However, if you look at the incarceration rates for black versus white people for drug-related activities, you see that black incarceration rates for the same activities are almost twice as high. I think that dealing drugs or selling an illegal gun does not yield a black man to be shot and publicly executed on the street. I think that in the Michael Brown case, I think that the prosecutors did a horrible job just off the bat, because it's not hard to get a conviction, or at least to get people to come to court. It's not hard to do that. As a lawyer, I think that they were horrible lawyers, and that's pretty much why the Michael Brown case fell through. The Eric Harris case, it's completely shrouded with a white man having a lot of money and being able to basically buy his way into a police department and shoot people and kill this man, Eric Harris.
Well, let me ask you
I think
this.
No. It's not
Because
justified.
with Michael Brown, I mean, I agree. You can indict a ham sandwich in this country, but in regard to Michael Brown, do you think that I'm sorry, I'm actually drawing a blank on his name. What was the cop's name again? Why am I forgetting it?
The cop's name was
Warren. Oh no,
Darren Gray or Darren.
No,
what's
Wilson.
his name?
Darren Wilson. Sorry, yeah.
Darren
There we go.
Wilson.
Do you think that Darren Wilson would have actually gotten in trouble? Because what it seems was that, from all these reports that we see, Michael Brown was running towards him. He had, blood matter or fingerprints or skin cells or whatever were left on Darren Wilson's gun. It seemed in a lot of cases that Michael Brown was an aggressor in this sense. So, none of these cases seem to be very black and white. And also, Michael Brown, again, wasn't this church-going, savior citizen. He was just stealing cigars prior to this. Now, I'm not saying that equates to death, but, I mean, how can we call this police brutality, though, if they're committing a crime to start?
I'm sorry, but he was committing a crime. First of all, it's not actually known whether or not he was actually committing a crime. For untaxed cigarettes is what, I'm sorry, he went to a store and stole something. But that does not merit being shot in the street. And
well, he wasn't initially. He wasn't just gunned down. We know that he wasn't just gunned down. We know that Darren Wilson did have confrontation with him, told him to come over here. From the justice reports, we know that Michael Brown was in conversation with Darren Wilson. Then he came towards the car. What happened in the car is argued, but what it seems was that Michael Brown was reaching for his gun. But what are you saying that he didn't? What do you mean he didn't commit a crime prior? Because it seemed pretty clear from surveillance tapes that Michael Brown did in fact steal and then assault the store clerk owner.
Yes, but the punishment does not fit the crime. You do not deserve to be killed nor executed by a police officer simply because you have and it wasn't an armed robbery. It was his friend who had the gun, and he basically just was there, wrong place, wrong time, saw the opportunity to take something and walked out. Nonetheless, the police reports where it says that Michael Brown was approaching, the police reports that say that Michael Brown was approaching Darren Wilson, are highly contested. So I think that the main flaw in that case is that we simply don't know what happened. We don't know to the extent that they struggled. I think that, in my opinion, I think that Darren Wilson came at Michael Brown, and Michael Brown was simply trying to defend himself, and the gun went off, and the gun did not go off, obviously, because they were at least 40 to 50 feet away from each other.
But let me ask you this. From the cop's perspective, a 6'4", large African-American male is running after you in the street. Don't you think it is justified that he would use his weapon?
Well, if you look at the use of force continuum, which the county police officers have to abide by, Michael Brown was at least 40 to 50 feet away at the time of the shooting, because lead was found on his body. Lead is the furthest remnant that travels. Lead is basically when you fire a gun, lead is the chemical component that travels the furthest. And lead was the only thing that was found on Michael Brown's clothing. Thus, he must have been 40 to 50 feet away. The use of force continuum says that you should be waiting until a suspect or a person is at least 10 to 20 feet in front of you to be considered a threat and use lethal force, which is a gun.
Well, let's be realistic here, though. If I'm a cop and someone's running at me, the distance, my depth perception might be a bit off because I'm in fear of my life. Wouldn't you agree?
No, because 40 to 50 feet is a lot bigger than 10 to 20 feet. And I negate that excuse me, I would negate that Michael Brown was running at all. Because if you look at the eyewitness accounts, it says that Michael Brown got on his knees and surrendered with both of his hands in the air. Those are from eyewitness accounts, multiple of them, which is not conflicting testimony. But they just go in Michael Brown's favor.
Eyewitnesses were proven to be lying, and we must also agree that eyewitness is the worst type of witness in the court of law. But from what the reports have shown, from the gun entrances, but let's just jump ships on this one. I don't think that we're. Let's just jump ships on this one. Let's talk about Eric Garner. I feel that's a case where we can really see a case of police brutality. We see somebody committing a minor crime. I was actually just at the Port Authority the other day, and a white man was saying, Marlboros, Red Packs, come get them, $3. And I was like, dude, if you were black, you'd probably be strangled right now. I was just thinking that. But what do you think about the Eric Garner case? Because that is something he didn't get indicted, and I want your take on that. So, floor is yours.
I think that with the Eric Garner case, it's important to note that even conservatives and liberals alike have come together on this case. I saw Bill O'Reilly speaking about it. He said, this is messed up. What happened? And I think that is... I think it sparked a nationwide conversation about police brutality and how Eric Garner, the saying of I can't breathe, and yet the police officers continued to strangle him when he did not attack them, he didn't approach them or anything like that. And it's just inhumane, and it was basically Eric Garner was treated as a animal and killed in the street for untaxed cigarettes, which is disgusting, but such is black life.
Well, I would agree. Now, do you think race relations have become better, and where do you think they will go?
Better as in, like, from the 1960s? I mean, I'm sure, of course they've gotten better. I mean, we have black president, we have Loretta Lynch, and we had Eric Holder as our previous Attorney General. But the thing is, I think the race relations have gotten better, but we still have a long way to go.
Okay.
As you can, even Obama said himself in his Selma address, what is more powerful than to see me standing before you today, the black president of the United States, when just 40 years ago I probably would have been shot on this bridge, as he was giving the speech on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. So, powerful stuff.
Yeah, now, let me ask you one last question, and I'll probably we'll let you go, and we're going to take a break, and then we're probably going to move on to a different topic. So, let me ask you this. If there's a statistic out there that most crime is black-on-black crime, that most crimes against black people are committed by other black people. And it's not, black-on-white crime. This is black-on-black crime. And this seems to not get highlighted. But what is being highlighted is when it's a white person who commits a crime on a black person. So, do you think in a sense that this is almost reverse racism, that we're not acknowledging when it's black on black, but rather when it's only mixed races?
All right, I think that, one second here. The idea that black and on black crime is somehow more prevalent, or what we're missing here about crime in general is that it's driven by opportunism and proximity. And that if African Americans are more likely to be robbed, injured, or killed by other African Americans, it's because they tend to live in the same neighborhoods as each other. Residential statistics bear this out, and blacks are still more likely to live near each other or other minority groups than they are to whites. And of course, the reverse holds true as well. Whites are more likely to live near other whites as they are to minorities and African Americans in particular. So nor are African Americans especially criminal. If you would see the high rates of crime amongst blacks, even as the nation sees a historic decline in criminal offenses, actually crime rates among African Americans and black youth in particular have taken a sharp drop. So I think that that's a myth. I don't really think that that's true at all. I think that black and black crime is figures from a variety of institutions, including the FBI and Bureau of Justice Statistics, show that black on black crimes are the lowest that they have been in 40 years. And I think that while it's true that young black men are a disproportionate share of the nation's murder victims, it's not because of black on black crime. That's just, it's incorrect. That's a fallacy.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show today, and thank you very much for, hashing out some opinions and having a great discussion. I'll definitely have you back on the show in the future. Any last thoughts, though, before I let you go?
No, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. All right, so that was Allie, and we were just talking about, police brutality, possible, what is race relations today in American society. Next, we're probably going to end up, recapping about some points that was brought up on the last show, Finding Common Ground. And we'll talk a little bit about climate change, student loan debt, all my Elizabeth Warren love fantasies. All right, so after this break, Rick, if you could always, as you do so greatly, take us into a quick break.
I wanna
never fully understand what we've asked of our military service members or their families, asking them to put themselves in harm's way, to endure it all. But we do understand that it's our turn, our duty, to keep them secure for the rest of their lives. Wounded Warrior Project long-term support programs help our most severely ill or injured veterans live independently, at no cost, for life, so that they might stand at ease. Join us at findwwp.org.
God's Pure Word of Faith with Richard Harden can now be heard on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings at 7 a.m. Central, 8 Eastern, and on Sunday mornings at his regular time, 6 Central, 7 Eastern. Join with him and let's turn our country back to God. It only takes a spark to start a forest fire. Let's get on fire for the Lord. Right here on K98 Talk and the Spark Radio Network.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in...
Listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works.
President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before.
Did someone say green?
Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind?
Now, do you say good things about me on the show?
No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much.
The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation.
Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo?
I got a pen. I can veto that, you know.
I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it.
Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either.
That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98 Talk.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And for the last portion of the show, if you weren't listening to Finding Common Ground, I had a very, very heated debate. I guess that's why I'm a little mellow right now. With a man named Rod Eccles, pretty famous guy on online radio and just online in general. And what we were talking about was interesting. And, you know, the past Wednesday was Earth Day. And I actually got I planted a tree that I was growing in my side yard. My dad told me, you know, this is a farm, not a forest, in reference to our suburban house. And said, you either pick up that tree and throw it out, or I'm cutting it down. So I took it out delicately and planted it somewhere else. But that's beside the point. But what I do want to talk about is, you know, something a bit deeper, I guess. It's pretty interesting. If you've ever done, and I like to always go do a history lesson on this show, the Native Americans. Okay, the Native Americans had this philosophy, and I know that they're a very diverse group of people. Let's not just lump sum them. But the general opinion, at least of most of them, was that we need to take care of the next 7 generations. That what we do now is a ripple effect. Like when you throw a penny in the lake or a penny in a pond, it ripples. And what the Native Americans viewed was that what we do now, we need to make sure it's the right decision for the next 7 generations. Now, I think in today's society, we've really lost sight of that. There was an interesting video put out by Prince EA where he said, it's a slow rap, it's actually pretty good. And he put it on Earth Day. And he said, in today's society, we're putting greed above need, profit above people. And I really just love that phrase. But what I feel that's happening nowadays is that we're becoming so disconnected from our planet, from Mother Earth, the one that gives us life. And, you know, the trees that give us oxygen, we're cutting down. So I actually wrote a post this Earth Day on my on Opinion Nation's Facebook page, which I recommend you all go like. It's Opinion Nation News, and we actually had a surge of likes, which was very, very nice. So I'm actually going to pull that up, and I'm going to read it to you. So here's how I phrased it and how my take on it was. Trees give us oxygen and sequester CO2. So why are we so hell-bent on destroying them? We spend billions of dollars making weapons to protect ourselves, yet we are turning our cheeks on what is actually killing us. You want to find a WMD? It's our greed. When we have no more air to breathe because all the trees are gone, maybe we will regret it. Maybe we would realize that we can't breathe money. That what seemed good is just us being hoodwinked by those who profit off the masses' destruction. Maybe rather than the search for new sequestration methods, we plant a tree. Rather than make green, we go green, and think about tomorrow and never forget what we leave behind. So that was me hashing out my opinions. But what I ultimately was trying to get at here is that in today's society, we're so sheltered. And because of technology, it seems that it's kind of ironic how we call it touchscreen, but we're losing our touch with people. We say that we're connecting with the world, social media, but it's really anti-media. Anti-social. We see in our classrooms, on buses, on trains, rather than having a discussion with your neighbor, we're flicking our thumbs on our phones. We're on our computers, scrolling through Facebook through hours. I think what we're really seeing is the large disconnect from our planet, from the environment around us. Rather than looking 7 generations into the future as the Native Americans did, we can't even pontificate on the repercussions that our planet is enduring for tomorrow. The biggest problem that this world faces today is what is to come tomorrow. The greed that our population worldwide, what the very, very powerful are inducing on our planet, it's a misconception to say that we're the most wealthiest we've ever been. We're the healthiest we've ever been. That's not true. We're not wealthy people. Yeah, we have these notes from the Federal Reserve. We have a lot of those. 1 in every 300 people in this country is a millionaire. But, to me, I always bring up the phrase my girlfriend made up. What's economical is not always right, and what's right is not always economical. And just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you're wealthy. I'm in the play Pippin, actually, right now. I'm playing Prince Louis. And the story of Pippin is that he's trying to find happiness. And I think that in our society, we've been driven so far on the idea that wealth will bring us happiness. But what it's actually doing is killing us. Because monetary wealth is leading to globalized greed and separation of equality. And I think that when we have people who blatantly disagree with the notion that we are killing this planet, I think that they are truly, I hate to use this word, but terrorists. Because they are inflicting harm onto the people who haven't yet come. Whether you believe in climate change or not, Dave put it best, we're still polluting the shit out of this world. And I'm sorry for that language, but it's true. We have a garbage heap in the Pacific Ocean that's bigger than Texas. In China, in Beijing and Shanghai, we're seeing children having to wear air masks to go to school. In our own country, we're enduring more earthquakes than ever before because we feel that hydraulic fracturing is a way to go rather than getting our energy from the sun or the wind. So, we got to ask ourselves, what we're doing today and what it's going to do to tomorrow, what is the real worth of that? And are we really wealthy? It's easier to find Prince EA once said, it's easier to find a Big Mac than it is to find an apple. And when you find that apple, it's probably been genetically modified and distorted to the point where, it was grown by some farmer who was enslaved to giant food corporations. I'm not a liberal because I believe that we should all be socialists and live in a society where everyone's equal. I'm a liberal because I feel that it's the best way to go because we've gone down this path of conservatism, of, cutting back from society for so long that I think it's really caused many of these problems. That in our society, when Wall Street comes over the people, we're seeing the largest era of greed since probably the Romans, in the fall of Rome. I feel that this country is great, and I feel that this country is the greatest nation on earth, and many people can disagree with me on that, but I think this country is so great because we can change what we're doing. We might be in an era where we are ignorant, and rather than planting a garden for the future, we're making a hole for them. But what's great about this country is that we can always change that. What we can't change is what we do to our planet, because what we might be doing might be irreparable. It might be impossible to clean up that garbage heap in the Pacific. It might be impossible to remove all the CO2 unless we start planting a lot of trees. But like I said, and what I think Rod got wrong, and I think was his, mistake, was I said we've chopped down 50% of the world's trees in the past century. He made the assumption that, we're using these trees for tree farms. That's not true. Dave's pointed out, we're destroying the Amazon rainforest. And as I'm going to go back to Prince EA in his new video, he said, you probably know it as the Amazon desert, because he was in reference to the next generations. Now, I think it's irrefutable to say that we are destroying this planet. We're killing our only home. There is no other planet to go to. This is it. And what I always go back to is that I think it's sad that we're destroying our planet and that people seem to not care enough. That someone would rather, throw something out their car window than wait 2 minutes to throw it in the garbage. And yeah, that might be small, but it makes a difference. And I'm going to leave us all on this last note. It was actually pretty interesting. And my girlfriend actually asked me, what are you doing with this tree? Why do you want to plant this tree that I talked about earlier? And I said, because this tree will change the world. She said, what do you mean this tree is going to change the world? She kind of laughed. And I said, well, for one, what this tree will do could be amazing. It could sequester CO2. It will give us, it'll filter out groundwater. It gives oxygen. It gives a home to birds, to squirrels, to other animals and rodents, even, insects. And what that does is it, makes a chain on the environment. FDR had a program where during the WPA that they planted trees. I'm sorry, it wasn't the WPA, it was the CCC, the civil, one of the ABC programs, it was the CCC, where they were planting trees for $1 a day. What this did was it grew forests. And I think that in America, we do a great job at protecting our national land. But right now, what we're seeing is politicians are being bought out by giant corporations. Corporations who would love to start drilling in our national parks. And this scares me very much. And I hope it scares you too. So, to wrap up today's show, so Rick actually pointed out a great point, and I gotta actually say it. I planted those trees because I'm a damn hippie. Eric Cartman. That was my best Eric Cartman impression. That was probably terrible. But I kind of had to do it because that was a brilliant point, because I'm a damn hippie. But, what we do today...
that's what I said. You're a damn hippie.
Oh my God. Hippie. That was an amazing Eric Cartman voice. Wow. Okay, that was amazing. If that was truly you, Rick, hats off to you. That was amazing.
Who's this Rick guy you keep talking about? I'm Cartman. What are you talking about? Okay, just finish your show, you damn hippie.
You need to have your own show where you literally just talk like Eric Cartman. That is amazing. That is a hidden talent. Okay, but to finish up my show and my inspirational message to you about, today, what we do today is going to affect the people of tomorrow. So today, make a great choice. Go plant a tree. Recycle. Do something that will change the world. If you see garbage on the floor, maybe go pick it up. Because just because April 22nd is over doesn't mean Earth Day should end. Every day should be Earth Day, and we should never forget that, again, what we do today will affect tomorrow. And maybe, although the Native Americans weren't as perhaps, what we view as sophisticated, in the sense that they didn't have, cars and technology, maybe they lived wealthier lives than we did. And although they didn't have giant two-car garage homes, and maybe they lived in, what we look at as, a hut, you got to give it to them that they lived probably wealthier lives within, because they were so connected, never lived in fear that the next generation would have it worse than they did. All right, well, of course I love giving out my liberal agenda on this show, and I must say that today was excellent. Getting to yell at Rod was fun, and getting to talk about Star Wars was amazing, and police brutality went pretty well. And ending it off with a good message about, saving the earth, I feel is always great. So thank you, everybody, for listening. And, of course, how I end up every show, Rick, if you could take us out, please.
All right, not a problem. I think I got Cartman out of the damn studio now. Okay, so anyway, this will be the end of the Bryce Robbins Show. Now, I have some stuff to work on behind the scenes, so instead of my live show today, we are going to replay the show that I did last night with Mr. Eccles. Just in case anybody missed it live, you can catch it now, starting here in a couple of minutes. And then we're going to have maybe about an hour of airtime left, so I think I may rerun one of the episodes of one of the newer shows at the right angle before we shut everything down for the day. Thanks to everybody who's been tuning in. Bryce, it was really fun this morning listening to you two try to kill each other on air.
Thanks.
Anyway, we'll be back with you here. Actually, I guess Dave and I are doing a show we haven't done in a while called The Morning Mashup that we put together a while ago, which is a break from politics. So we're going to do that tomorrow from 9 to 10. And then, of course, I will be back live Monday, God willing, with the America Off the Rails show. But I am going to take a break from that one for today because I've got some stuff I've got to get done. But as always, Bryce, great show.
Thank you very much.
As I mentioned in chat, I was biting my tongue the entire time your guest was on, but I was a good producer. I stayed in the background.
Thank you, though.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and change gears here, folks, and get started with the replay of the show I did last night with Mr. Eccles. So if you missed it last night, make sure you hang around. It was actually a really fun show to do, and he is passionate about his ideas, just like Bryce is, but they're both really great people, so I'm glad that I'm getting the chance to get to know both of them. And we haven't finalized anything yet, but we may have an announcement in the works coming in the next few weeks, so we'll keep you apprised. You guys enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thanks for tuning in as you do every Saturday morning right here on K98Talk.com and supporting both us and the Spark Radio Network. And we will be right back with you here in just a second as we roll the Rod Eccles show that was recorded live yesterday during America Off the Rails.
Rick.
Hang on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, I kind of forgot something, so let me do this real quick, and then I'll just edit this part out when I get your podcast ready, because I kind of forgot I can't have you on and stream another show at the same time. So, we'll be right back here in a couple seconds. Forget what I said just a second ago.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes and... listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works. President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before. Did someone say green? Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind? Now, do you say good things about me on the show? No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much. The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation. Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo? I got a pen. I can veto that, you know. I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it. Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either. That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98 Talk.
God's Pure Word of Faith with Richard Harden can now be heard on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings at 7 a.m. Central, 8 Eastern, and on Sunday mornings at his regular time, 6 Central, 7 Eastern. Join with him and let's turn our country back to God. It only takes a spark to start a forest fire. Let's get on fire for the Lord. Right here on K98 Talk and the Spark Radio Network.
We will never fully understand what we've asked of our military service members or their families, asking them to put themselves in harm's way, to endure it all. But we do understand that it's our turn, our duty, to keep them secure for the rest of their lives. Wounded Warrior Project long-term support programs help our most severely ill or injured veterans live independently, at no cost, for life, so that they might stand at ease. Join us at findwwp.org.
All right, so we are back from break now, and again, as I said just a moment ago, this next portion will not be a live broadcast. We will be rerunning the episode that I did with Mr. Eccles last night while I deal with some other issues that need to be dealt with. And I do hope you guys enjoy this. In case you missed it last night live, again, this is America Off the Rails, recorded live yesterday, 4:24, a couple minutes after 6 o'clock, and it was with featured guest Mr. Rod Eccles, the nationally syndicated talk show host and columnist.
K98Talk.com, a leader in Internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com. K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. K98Talk.com, a leader in Internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
We will keep this promise to the American people. If you like your doctor, you will be able to keep your doctor, period. If you like your health care plan, you will be able to keep your health care plan, period. This is the most transparent administration in history. Not even a smidgen of corruption.
Fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
If you got a business, you didn't build that.
Oh, welcome to the face. Welcome to the face of the new democracy. Don't expect just to admit a mistake. We're paying off election debts to those who will take. Attorney General's lying even while...
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. You're listening to America Off the Rails with your host, Rick Robinson.
All right, folks, well, happy Friday evening. Yes, that's right, it's Friday. We finally made it, and it is a couple minutes after 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern, and 4 Pacific, which means it is time for America Off the Rails, hosted by yours truly, Rick Robinson. I am joined by special guest today, Mr. Rod Eccles, host of the nationally syndicated Rod Eccles Show, who's basically on everywhere now, including our home station, K98Talk.com. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Rick. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you.
I'm doing all right. I'm just glad we finally made it to Friday. I don't know about anybody else, but I am just ready for the weekend. I think maybe it's because I've had so much going on lately, because we've just gotten our press credentials confirmed for the Southern Republican Leadership Conference that'll be here in my home city in May 21st through the 23rd. So there are so many things that we're working on behind the scenes that it just seems like this whole week. At the same time, it seems like it's gone by really quickly, and yet taken a month to get to Friday, so I'm just really happy to finally be here. And it's great to be back on with you, because we had a little bit of a misconnect last weekend, unfortunately. So for those of you who don't know, Rod will actually be joining us again tomorrow morning, my understanding, on Finding Common Ground. Now, Rod, I do have to give you a little bit of a heads up. That is normally a show where there is myself and one other liberal host. However, since you're going to be joining us tomorrow, I thought it was only fair that I bring both of the liberal hosts on. So we're going to have a little bit of a roundtable going on tomorrow. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
All right, I welcome it.
All right, so I know you've been on with us once before, and I also know that you are going to be appearing with Grouchy, I do believe, next week for his first hour. But in the event that folks that are tuning into this show have not had a chance to get to know you before, why don't you give folks a little bit of an idea of who you are, what it is that you do, and kind of give them a chance to get to know you.
Sure, why not? Well, basically, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I have a tagline attached to the show that states that I'm the coolest, most politically incorrect conservative black man on the planet. And there have been people out there, and I haven't done this, but other people have sometimes compared me to Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity, saying that I'm often more conservative than the two of them. If people want to believe that, that's fine. I'm definitely not going to argue with them. However, they tend to be very constitutional. Well, especially Hannity usually tends to be very constitutionally conservative. I've been doing this since 2009. I started in 2009 simply because of the fact that I've owned blogs and posted on blogs since 1998 or 99, around there. And there was one time in 2009 I was writing a blog post, and I was literally banging on my desk and my keyboard because I was so frustrated with the Obama administration. I mean, I was ticked off big time. And I had to sit back and stop because I was afraid I was going to break my keyboard if I kept going on. And I remember another blogger that I followed at the time, nothing to do with politics either, but another blogger that I followed, he switched his blog from doing the written word to doing audio blogs only. Now, I thought that was a cool thing, so I went and did a Google search, found Blog Talk Radio, and then on March 12th of 2009, I did my first audio blog, if you will, and within a couple of weeks, I got my first call, and it sort of took off from there.
Yeah, your story's pretty similar to a lot of the other folks that I kind of run in circles with. We all kind of got involved usually in the same way, using some form of either blogging or social media, and there just got to be the point where it just there had to be a better way to let out the frustration, because when you spend all of your time typing your frustrations, your keyboard becomes your enemy, and at some point you just want to keep pounding it until it's unconscious, because it just you get so angry that you just pound on it and you pound on it and you pound on it. And I even know of one guy, I heard a story here recently where because of other issues he was so frustrated with his computer he actually shot it. And I have to admit, I am still licensed to carry a firearm, but I used to be a licensed private investigator, licensed private security guard, and I did some time in law enforcement. So there was once or twice when I started doing the whole blogging thing and the Facebook thing, and just got really, really mad that, every once in a while I'd eye the area where my gun's locked up and go, I wonder what it would feel like just to shoot this damn thing. And then kind of the same general idea, one of the Facebook pages that we started on really kind of took off, and I got this crazy idea that it would make a good radio show. And the next thing you know, we kind of found Blog Talk Radio, which is where a lot of other folks I know got started, and the rest has been history. It's just interesting to compare stories, because it seems like everybody that I talk to that is running in these kind of circles, we all kind of started in the same general reasons. We felt like we had things that we needed to say, and we found mediums to do it, and then at one point it just got to the point where that medium wasn't quite doing what we had hoped it was going to do, and then we now have all kinds of radio stuff going on for a lot of us. I mean, like Bunny, one of the other hosts over here on Talk, she got started on Blog Talk Radio. Our whole network started on Blog Talk Radio at one point until we found other ways to get things done. So it's just interesting to compare stories. So, but anyway, so just to kind of give everybody an idea, I'll let you do the rundown, because at this point you are pretty much everywhere. So for anybody who's looking to hear you, of course, other than Talk here on pretty much every day of the week from 11 to, 10 to noon Central, so 11 to 1 Eastern, where are some of the other places that you can be both read, heard, and I understand now from your PR crew that you are now going to be doing some speaking engagements too. So might as well just give everybody the whole enchilada for their first few minutes, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's actually things have been just taking off like crazy. I am a syndicated talk show host now. You can find me on networks like yours, as well as Red State Radio, We Are America Radio, aka War Radio, Tavern Keepers Radio, and I'm also pretty much a syndicated columnist now too. Last count, I think my articles are posted on 15 different major publications, conservative publications out there. And if I'm honest, I probably shouldn't say it, but I think WND is interested in taking my articles too, WorldNet Daily. So if that happens, I'll let people know. But a lot of things have just been happening over the past 2 months that it's been a whirlwind. I'm very grateful and humbled by it. But if you want to keep up with everything that's going on with me, because I can hardly keep up myself, the best thing to do is that I tell people is just to go over and check out the links in the broadcast section over at rodeccles.net. And there, everything is always updated, so you'll be able to get different networks that fit your time, or you can catch me on Spreaker 8 to 10. Although I can give a little bit of advance warning that in about 2 weeks, and I can't exactly say who the network is yet, but in about 2 weeks, the time frame will be changing to 7 to 9 p.m. because I will be broadcasting live from another major network that'll be bringing on my show. So that'll just add to all of those that are already out there, and it's just going to be. I'm happy about it. I can't really say that I expected it, because I didn't. This is just taken off, and I think it's simply because this is a time period where I have a message that is resonating with a lot of people. And whenever you have somebody who can sort of be a voice where they can't be a voice, they sort of cling on to that. And this is one of the reasons why Rush Limbaugh took off in his early days, because it was at a time when there didn't seem to be a voice that matched the people. And then he came on, and everybody said, "Well, I think like that. He's got a good message, but I can't say it the way he says it." And people just sort of attach themselves to it. And I'm humbled to think that is what's happening here with me right now. So, rodeccles.net gives you all the information on my writing, on my social networks, on the radio the stations that I'm on, because those are being added to every week. So it's kind of hard for me to keep up.
No, and actually that was one of the last things I was going to make sure you did was give out your website information, which at the end of the show we'll have you do that again. And I'm just glad that Talk has at least been some small part in your rise here, because it seems like you said, it seems like every other week I get an email about how things are changing for you. So I'm just glad, one, that I've gotten the chance to start getting to know you, and two, that we are now at least one of the many places where you can be found, because I do thoroughly enjoy your show. It's one of my guilty pleasures. Now we have our own little areas at the day job, so I can actually fire up my own feeds and listen to them once in a while, and yours is one of the ones that I will turn on, and then I'll kind of go back over to the regular talk radio stuff to maybe get a few minutes of research done here and there. But now, there are some things that I've wanted to touch on, and there's some things that I've talked about before, but the issue with it is anytime I really start talking about it, I get hate mail about how I'm just an old fat white guy and I need to shut up. So I have some questions that I'm going to ask you for a moment. I hope they don't offend you. But there's just some things that I think yours is a unique perspective, and I want to try to see what you think about it, because I hear everybody on the left talking about how ever since we have gotten, I guess for the sake of niceness, I will call him fearless leader in the White House, that we now have ushered in this new age of race relations. And how do you feel about that? In your estimation, are things about the same as they were before he took office? Are they better? Are they worse?
They are worse. Look, under George W. Bush, you didn't have things regularly happening like Ferguson. You didn't have them. And what the left fails to tell everybody, they like to tout, Obama's, the first African-American president. First of all, he's not the first African-American president because his dad was a Kenyan, as far as we know. His dad is a Kenyan. So therefore, he's the first half-black, half-white, mulatto, basically, president that we've had. And that's fine. I'm not here to parse words, but let's get it straight if we're actually going to start promoting this kind of stuff. We do know that Republicans have had historical firsts in a lot of different areas with blacks and Latinos. But the only people who seem to get credit for this are Democrats. Now, we have to understand that George W. Bush made history when he made certain black people the first blacks in their positions. And we're talking the first black Secretary of State, the first female black Secretary of State. We had the first Latino Attorney General, and on down the list in his administration. Now, Clinton had lots of chances and opportunity to be the first, but he decided not to be. For whatever his reasons were, he wasn't. So I'm getting sick and tired of listening to the Democrats and people touting the Democrats as being this all-inclusive, race-inclusive type of party, which is a bunch of BS because they're the party of slavery. Let's not forget that. It was the Republicans, and Lincoln was a Republican, that went to war, the Civil War, and freed the slaves. Now, granted, the Civil War was not all about slavery. It wasn't, much to the chagrin and amazement of a lot of young people today. No, it was not about slavery. But they did accomplish that. It was also Republicans that tried for over 100 years to get civil rights blocked every single time by Democrats. They have not changed their stripes, by the way. They're still mean, rich white people that hate, the minorities. And one of the reasons, one of the ways that they are able to still control the minority population is, one, they support Planned Parenthood. By the way, in its founding documentation, was started by Miss Sanger to control black population. Plain and simple. That is in their charter. And for people to say, well, no, it's about family planning, that's a bunch of BS. It's about controlling the minority population through abortion. And it works so effectively right now that in many major cities across this country, more black babies are aborted every year than are born. And somebody wants to tell me that our race relations have improved since Barack Obama's been in office? No, they've gotten worse.
Okay, well, to touch on a couple of points that you... Oh, sorry, you're kind of breaking up. Try that again. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay. You kind of cut out, so I thought you were done, but then it sounded like you were trying to say something else and you were breaking up. So try it one more time.
Basically, I was saying that under Barack Obama, race relations have actually gotten worse, not better. The Democrats have been able to push their agenda farther and farther into separating the races instead of uniting them. And Obama's not the great uniter that everybody thought he was going to be. He's actually the great race divider, and he's done a very good job of doing it.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I think part of that is actually by design, to be honest. Now, to touch on a couple of things that you brought up, because this is the argument that I get all the time. I get it on Twitter. I get it through my emails. Anytime I start trying to point out the fact that, it was Republicans that have done all of these positive things throughout history, the line that I get from every single liberal at some point is that sometime during the time frame of LBJ, the parties actually flipped, and all of a sudden the Democrats were what was once the Republican Party, and now the Republican Party is the old guard white guys trying to hold on to the way things are now, or were before. And as someone who seems like you're pretty well versed in all of this stuff, how would you combat an argument like that? Has someone said something like that to you before? Have you had anybody who's confronted you with that? And if so, if you haven't, how would you deal with it?
All the time I get that, and I just ask them, When did the great switch in the Democrat Party happen? Give me a time frame. Oh, it happened in the 60s. Really? You mean under LBJ, the president whose tapes have been released over the past 10 or 15 years that catch him talking about how that they were going to be forced to accept civil rights. It was a fait accompli. There's nothing they could do to stop it anymore. But they were going to come up with a new way to be able to control the black population through welfare programs. That's how he was going to do it. And he was going to ensure by doing this that blacks would vote Democrat, even if the Democrats were working against the blacks' best interest. And that's all they've done. And so I would like them to tell me that by government statistics, and especially census stats, how is it that the vast majority of people who identify with the KKK and skinheads are registered Democrats, not Republicans? What they try to say is that when some of the Democrats voted for civil rights back in the 60s, that some of the people who were really against it out in the electorate, they were so upset with them that they went and tried to join the Republican Party. And George H.W. Bush, who was a Republican, the GOP chair at the time, thought he would be able to switch them around, and he accepted and welcomed them all with open arms. The big tent type of party was born. The problem is that through the 70s and 80s, David Duke, anyone, whenever there was somebody who was overtly racist that came out in the Republican Party, the Republicans shunned them. They sent them packing. And if you remember David Duke, when he tried running, he didn't get a single dime from the Republican Party when he ran. He was running all on his own as a Republican. They didn't want anything to do with him. You don't get that with Democrats. I mean, hell, they kept reelecting people like Robert Byrd. I mean, explain that to me. The Republicans will shun somebody that comes out as being overtly racist, and the Democrats will even take a former KKK member, a Grand Cyclops or Ku Klux, whatever they are, and support them and give them money and make sure that they run and keep winning and winning and winning until they die in office. So tell me how they changed and flip-flop. They didn't.
Well, yeah, and those are some of the same arguments that I've made, but again, I just kind of wanted your perspective on it only because it is a unique perspective, and you're one of the only people that I've had this conversation with where they can't just pull out the, well, you're an old fat white guy card. So it's one of the reasons why I kind of steered this part of the show into that general direction. Now, a couple other quick questions. So far, out of anybody who's declared, because I don't really want to go into the realm of theoreticals, but is there anyone that has actually declared so far in the 2016 election that you are kind of eyeing as the possible front runner? Have you made any type of even knee-jerk reactions yet? You still reserving judgment? Because I know who you're voting for in 2020. I'm just saying.
I don't have a favorite candidate yet. There are still a lot of people that are yet to announce that they're getting in the race. And there are people that are still on the fence. I mean, we're expecting announcements from Dr. Ben Carson, Carly Fiorina, both on May 4th. We're still waiting for Jeb Bush. Now some people are saying Jeb isn't going to get in now, and we always thought that he was definitely going to get in, but a little bit later. Christie has been flip-flopping. You're conflicting things about Chris Christie and a bunch of others. I mean, we're still waiting for Scott Walker for him to make up his mind. So at the moment, I don't really have a favorite. I welcome all the conservatives to, real conservatives to jump in. And I know people are saying, well, that's not Jeb Bush. Yeah, I know he's not a real true conservative. But I welcome all the conservatives to get in and let's make this, because right now, the three candidates that have expressed that they're running, between Cruz and Rubio and Paul, they have really pulled the party ticket to the right, farther to the right, away from the moderate stuff. That's a good thing. So now there's going to be a voice in this race, strong, loud voices, because you're not going to be able to shut any one of those three out. You're not going to be able to keep them out of the public light. They're so explosive that even the mainstream media can't afford not to cover them. So that's a good thing. I like some of the things that all three of them have to say. I heard one person, I think it was Mark Stein, who said about candidates. He said what he shoots for is a candidate that shares 80% of his views. because you're not going to get somebody 100%. That's just not going to happen. And those people who think that this candidate is 100% behind, in their views, then they're a single or a double issue voter, and that's it. There are too many issues out there. So I kind of look at the same thing. If there's a candidate who I can agree with 80% of the time, then he's got a good potential of getting my support and my vote. And right now, so far, it looks like all three of those candidates could fit, current candidates could fit that role. I haven't heard much from Carly yet, but what little I have heard, she could possibly fit that. Ben Carson, again, not a perfect candidate, but he said things, and again, he can fit that 80% measure, as well as Scott Walker. Some of the people that I think that probably would not fit my 80% would be Jeb Bush. That doesn't mean that if he did become the Republican nominee, I would vote for Jeb Bush over anybody that the Democrats can throw up at us at the moment. So that's where I stand right now. It's just way too early to take sides in my book.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly really haven't made much of a decision either. I really, at this point, hope Walker does decide to run, because he would probably be one of the ones that I could throw the majority of my support behind. Now, as far as old Jeb, I have a friend over in War Media, well, two actually, JD and Stacy. They have two shows they do over there, and one of their recurring themes is this little bit that they play where JD yells, "Stay out the bushes," which is his answer to whether or not we should vote for not George Bush, but Jeb Bush. Now, you mentioned Christie a moment ago. Here's my concern with Christie. I don't think anybody should be able to have themselves talked out of veto by offering Twinkies. Because, I mean, think about it for a second. He tries to be big and stand up to Congress, and somebody waves a box of Twinkies or Krispy Kremes in front of his face, and the next thing you know, he caves. I mean, that can't be a good thing. Not only that, but, I mean, let's face it. For New Jersey, he's conservative. But it's New Jersey. I mean, seriously.
The only thing I fear with Christie is all the comparisons that will be made with Herbert Hoover with him. Now, for those of you who don't know, Herbert Hoover was by far our largest president, weighing in at over 300 pounds. In fact, he had a special tub made to be fitted into the White House just to accommodate him. He was a very large man. He was tall and very big, rotund. So I'm thinking and we know what happened to Herbert Hoover. His story didn't end well. As far as presidential politics go. So I'm looking for people to start comparing him to Hoover. I hope that doesn't happen, but it probably will.
I mean, in all fairness, I really can't say much. You've seen my picture on Twitter, I'm sure. I am a large guy. I do enjoy the food, but I also won't put myself in a position where I can have the fate of the world ripped away from my hands with a box of Twinkies. So I'm just saying. All right, so we've managed to rule out the fact that right now you really don't have any type of a front runner. I have to say there's been some interesting things going on in the news on the other side of the equation. So far, Hillary is still one of the only really confirmed Democratic candidates, and now some of the most liberal publications in the media empires are actually seeming like they're coming out against her. I'm wondering there's got to be something there that we don't know yet, because they don't eat their own on that side.
There's been some foreshadowing with this before she even got in the race. There were some people that said that she shouldn't get in. And now my whole take is that I underestimated her. I'll admit it, I did. I underestimated her. Because I thought with the current scandals that she had, that was going to be too much for her to overcome. That I thought for sure that she was going to bend to pressure to not get in, because she wouldn't want to have to air all this and actually answer to all of this. But then she surprised me and jumped in. And I thought, whoa, okay, she's got some brass kahunas down there. She probably has bigger ones than Bill does. And who knows, maybe Bill pushed her into it. I don't know. But although I heard today that there are people floating theories that Bill didn't want her to run, and some of this stuff that's coming out now is actually being secretly leaked by Bill, because he doesn't want to be in the White House, because then all eyes would be back on him, and he won't be able to do the things that he used to do in secret anymore. I don't know if I buy that one. But now that she's in, now we're finding more scandals. And this whole notion with the Clinton Family Foundation is just the tip of the iceberg. I think this stuff is going to continue to haunt her, which is why now you're starting to see a lot of Democrats, who once thought that she was a juggernaut, unstoppable. Now they're saying, well, maybe we better be looking for somebody else, which is why people were floating the name of Elizabeth Warren around. And I don't know if she'll get in. If she does, it'll be a cat fight. And, it would not behoove Elizabeth Warren to get into battle against Hillary Clinton because she's not exactly, pristine either. She's got some issues in her past that are going to come back to haunt her if she gets in. And in any case, the Republicans, whoever the Republican nominee is, they're going to have so much ammunition to fire on her. This whole notion that it's going to be a close race if it's Hillary, I don't think so. I think it'll be worse than a landslide because if forget chivalry, and I know the mainstream media is going to try to tout it as the male contender Republican nominee is going to be a big bully and male chauvinist when he's approaching Hillary in the race, but I don't think they're going to be able to get away with it. And they definitely won't be able to get away with it, say, if Carly Fiorina is a Republican nominee. Carly is fearless. She will bury Hillary. And I don't see the Democrats be so willing to let go of the office for the next 4 to 8 years. They're going to try to bring up somebody, and because they've already floated the idea of Elizabeth Warren, and I guess now there's even rumors of a Lincoln Chafee possibility. So, when you have your solid candidate, then there's not going to be anybody else who's going to be a serious contender. But when you start having in an inner circle serious talk of even somebody like Lincoln Chafee challenging Clinton, there's big problems in the Democrat Party with this. And everybody's still waiting to see what Barack Obama's going to do. Because let's face it, there is no love lost between the Clintons and the Obamas still to this day. And, he's got a lot on her and vice versa. She's got a lot on him. So it kind of, they're kind of holding off right now on releasing stuff on each other. But I think Hillary, as time goes on, finds herself more and more vulnerable. And whatever she has on Obama is going to lose a little bit of power to what she's done to herself and what Bill has done to them. So it's going to be interesting. Over the summer, we're going to see a lot of stuff come out that people just do not realize yet that is going to be extremely damaging. I do not, at this point, if the heat stays on her, I do not see her staying in the race to the end. She's going to bow out.
Well, you brought up an interesting point about the whole, tit for tat that the Clintons and the Obamas could play on one another. I have a couple of sources who have requested to remain nameless that have actually, and I think a little bit of this may have come out in the media by now as well, but there have been some stories floating that some of the early stuff that started being found out about Clinton was actually being released by someone in the Jarrett camp. And I actually have a couple of sources that have confirmed that with me, but they've requested that they remain nameless, which is why I hadn't said anything until after it started actually leaking out here and there a little bit in the media. That is one of the stories that has been somewhat confirmed, at least in the rumor mill sectors of the media, that Valerie Jarrett may have had a hand in some of these most recent scandals that are now starting to affect Mrs. Clinton. I hadn't heard the one about Bill possibly. I'm not sure I buy that one. My concern with, let's just say for the sake of argument, that Hillary was able to make it into the White House. First of all, I don't think Bill could ever fit the title of First Gentleman, which is likely what he would be called, because that's just how it works, because the alternate to Lady is Gentleman. I've heard people arguing about what he would be called. I'm pretty sure that would be it. The other issue is, when the president travels and the first lady travels with him and they go to all of these important events, the spouses of these world leaders are typically left with, up until now, what has traditionally been the first lady. I'm not quite so sure how comfortable I would be with the spouses of the dignitaries of the world being left alone with Bill Clinton. Just saying.
Well, that's an interesting point, but yes, that would be true. I can see a lot. Some of the world's leaders' wives are. Even Bill Clinton wouldn't go after them because, let's face it, they're uglier than sin. But there are a few out there that are absolutely gorgeous. You're absolutely right. They would definitely have a problem with him.
Most likely. All right, folks, we are at the bottom of the hour. We're going to have to take a really quick break. We'll be right back with Mr. Rod Eccles, and this is America Off the Rails. Back with the last half hour here in just a couple minutes.
Not on my watch, our military service members say, as they volunteer to serve, as they move out, stand firm, and take fire. So not on our watch, we say, to the severely ill or injured veterans who can't get the care they deserve to live full and independent lives, even when there's no government funding or a nursing home seems like the only option. We won't leave one warrior behind. Not on our watch. Join us at findwwp.org.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in...
listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works.
President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before.
Did someone say green?
Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind?
Now, do you say good things about me on the show?
No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much.
The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation.
Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo?
I got a pen. I can veto that, you know.
I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it.
Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either.
That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98 Talk.
We're gonna spread freedom. Obama's gonna change it. Obama's gonna lead 'em.
So let me be clear. You didn't build that.
Everything he's done is clean as a whistle. He's never not only broken any law, he's never done anything wrong. He's the perfect father, the perfect husband, the perfect American.
Hey, y'all. This is Sam Janney, or the Bunny, as many of you know me by. Your friendly neighborhood bad girl of conservatism. Here to talk to you about my show. I'll talk about conservative issues, my top 10 douchebags of the week, and have some pretty badass conservative guests on the show. All that, plus me, your resident bunny with a chainsaw.
Wednesday nights will never be the same. It's Unapologetically Bunny. Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98 Talk.
Telephone to bypass all your laws. Political correctness will replace the Bill of Rights. Support religious freedom, lest you pray to Jesus Christ. The press is in our pockets cause it's no longer free. You cannot make a move now that the NSA can see. Don't expect equality, respect for fair play.
All right, folks, we are back. We are live. This is America Off the Rails. I'm your host, Rick Robinson. Again, joined this evening by Mr. Rod Eccles, nationally syndicated radio host and columnist of The Rod Eccles Show. We have been so far kind of all over the map talking about whether he had any choices for 2016 yet. Some of the fact that for the first time ever, it seems like or first time in a while, it seems like the Republican Party is kind of got their own circular firing squad going on, which is what the Republican Party has been accused of a lot lately. And also just a few other stories that we've been touching on off and on. Now, we do have about a little less than a half hour left now. There is one thing that I do want to play for Mr. Eccles, just so he can hear something that I personally think is completely off the charts and entertaining. We have, for those of you who don't know, the Polititainment Crew airs here every Monday and Wednesday night. They are some of the best folks in talk radio as far as up-and-comers. One of them has been around for a while, Miss Polita Bunny. The other, one who you're about to hear a parody that was put together by is Mr. Jason DeWilkins, host of According to Me. And this makes me laugh every time I play it, and I just figured, since I'm not sure he's heard it before, we will let him check it out.
Oh, Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama.
This here's that new hit, Michelle Obama, the floatist. This one's for the middle class. This term's my last. I got work, you see. Free community college and roads to fix in the city. Got vacation days to use up, and damn, my golf shot's pretty. I'm too hot. Hot damn. Climate change has got me on fire, man. I'm too hot. Hot damn. Teabaggers call me a liar, man. I'm too hot. Hot damn. Hope it change. You know who I am. I'm too hot. Hot damn. And the redistribution of money. Check it out. Tax increase, hallelujah. Woo! Tax increase, hallelujah. Woo! Tax increase, hallelujah. Woo! Obama bunk's gonna stick it to you. Obama bunk's gonna stick it to you. Obama bunk's gonna stick it to you. My massive spending will never stop. Don't believe me, just watch. Let me be clear. I'll say it again. Republicans, don't believe me, just watch.
All right, folks, that was the man of many voices, Mr. Jason DeWilkins, host of According to Me, with his Obama impersonation and his parody song, Obama Bunk, which, like I said, makes me giggle every time I hear it. So I just had to play it. I hadn't played anything like that in a while, and I just decided to have a little bit of fun tonight instead of being so serious all the time. All right. So, yeah, that's how we roll over here, sir, just so you know. Rod, you still with me, or did I lose you?
I'm sorry, but I was over here sitting in what I call my freedom throne chair, and I'm just dying. That was hilarious. That was good. That was very good. I was just cracking up, so I was hoping it didn't come out over the mic while it was playing, but I was dying.
Well, our mics were live, so they would have heard you, but that's okay. I didn't hear you, so I'm guessing it didn't translate. But yeah, that was Jason DeWilkins, host of According to Me. He is heard every Wednesday night here at 10 Eastern, 9 Central. He is the one that comes on right after Miss Polita Bunny, who is the rock star of the Polititainment Crew. Numbers are off the chart for that group every time they play, and they're live, and that's one of the reasons why. They have such great talent all the way around, and actually, Jason and I have been discussing putting a few things together for the shows over here as well. One of the things that we've been toying around with is having him come on and do his Obama impersonation for about a 15 to 20 minute interview, and just kind of having a little bit of fun with it. Because that believe it or not, that was Jason, and I actually let my wife hear him do his Obama impersonation for the first time the other night, and she not only was floored, because that's a pretty damn good Obama impression. When she saw his picture, she was floored even more, because it's an old white guy. Well, not old, he's probably younger than me, but it's just odd that, you don't put his face together with being able to sound that much like the president, because that's just kind of odd and eerie. But yeah, so he does some really good stuff, and I let them play it more often than I play it, because it's their stuff, but I still like to use it every once in a while. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, just in case you hadn't heard anything from them yet. Also, I do know that you like to make rounds. If you're ever interested in making any appearances over there, just let me know, and I can get Laura their information and see if we can get something set up for you to do some of their shows, if they're interested. I hadn't really talked to them about it yet either, but just kind of throwing that out there. Now,
I'm sure she's interested to hear that, yeah.
All right, so we are, actually, that took a little longer than I thought, because I didn't expect both of us to be laughing uncontrollably for a couple of minutes there, because that's one reason why I didn't say anything for the first minute or so. I was kind of hoping you were still composed, because you're the nationally syndicated guy over here. Yeah.
No, I'm still human, though.
I'm just messing with you. All right, so we are down to about 18 minutes. We've actually covered most of what I really wanted to talk about today. So let's. The last thing I really kind of wanted to touch on a little bit, because like I said, we've talked about it off air. You kind of dropped a bit of a bombshell on the Wake Up America show, the first one you came on with us, and towards the end you started talking about how you were eyeing the White House. I do believe you said 2020, if memory serves. So I have to ask, were you just kind of yanking our chains, or are you seriously looking at trying to make a run for the White House in a few years?
I'm sure a lot of your listeners, as well as you, have seen the Robin Williams hit movie Man of the People, and he makes the claim that he actually does it, runs for president with absolutely no idea of actually winning, but of course part of the plot of the movie is that he does win. But I kind of say that in jest, as far as being a combination. Because Robin Williams was, his character was a combo of like a Mary Povich and an Oprah Winfrey. He was a talk show host. And so I take that and I look at it and I say, okay, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring in 2020. And I've been saying that since, when Obama was running for re-election the first time in 2012. I said, look out for me because I'm going to be running in 2020. To be frank with you, honestly, I don't think I would ever run for the presidency of the United States of America. One, because I don't like national politics like that. And two, I don't like living in Washington, D.C. And three, because I am honest and I cannot be bought, I don't think people would elect me because I would tell them the truth. I wouldn't tell them what they wanted to hear. So I don't think I'd make it, first of all, past the primary. I'd be one of those guys that the press would just call a nut and dismiss early. But I think I have a much bigger role being on the outside than on the inside. But the whole notion that me running for 2020, it is kind of tongue-in-cheek. But at the same time, when that time, even now, until that time comes up, I'm starting to interject myself in the process as if I'm a candidate. Because that's how we're going to start actually getting people that we want to be elected. I mean, the Tea Party did a great job in starting off the whole chain of events of getting certain what we call Tea Party members elected to the Senate and the House. We have to continue that, and it takes voices out there to be able to continue that. And if that's what it takes, by the time that election rolls around, if it takes me actually saying, well, I'm going to be running, in order so my voice can still be heard on a greater level, then that's what I'll do. But I have no grandiose ideas that I would actually win if I actually did run. So that's I know it's kind of a strange type of twist, but that's the truth behind it all.
Oh, no. I mean, I have to say, if I had come up with that idea, I probably would be doing about the same thing you are, and basically just trying to interject myself more into it, which we honestly are starting to do here because for some reason, I haven't been doing this nearly as long as you've been doing it. We've been making a run at this stuff now pretty seriously for about 2.5 years. And for the first time ever, just to see what happened, I decided to put together an email to send over to the group that's running the leadership convention here and introduce myself and my boss, who will be attending as well, along with one other party, and basically put our hat in the ring to say, hey, this is who we are. We would love to cover this event. We're just kind of curious to find out what that would take, what we would need to do. They responded within 2 weeks of the email, not only telling us that we were already in, but that we had secured a spot in their Radio Row section. So, honestly, I'm a little taken aback and a little surprised. And not only that, I think everybody else that's hearing what we're about to be involved in is actually, in some levels, making an even bigger deal about it than I am. Because, I don't know, maybe just the enormity of being someplace like Radio Row just hasn't sunk into me yet. I don't know, because, I mean, it's Oklahoma City. I mean, it would be different if it was CPAC, because I know that all the big names were there, but I don't know who all's going to be there. I mean, honestly, whoever's there is probably swimming in a lot bigger ponds than I am, so it'll be nice to be in their circles for a little bit, but it's still, it's just one of those things where I don't think it's completely sunk in yet. But same general idea. I threw my hat in the ring thinking they would laugh me out of the room, and the next thing I know, we've not only gotten a spot on Radio Row, but we've now secured credentials for multiple people to be in the same place at the same time, so we're going to be able to cover multiple angles, both through freepressok.com and K98talk.com, so just really stoked about that. Actually, I did reach out to them and was surprised to learn they didn't have any audio spots, so we're actually putting together some that will promote us as well as the shows. So one of the things that I've been doing with some of the folks, and I hadn't gotten around to sending you guys the email yet, so I'll just let you know now. For the folks that are syndicating with us, I've been reaching out to them, letting them know if there's anything particular they want us to try to do for them while we are in that type of a venue, any particular questions they want asked if we get the chance to interview anybody, just to shoot me an email so I can start putting things together. And while we're on the subject, for those of you that follow us on Twitter, Grouchy and I had the same general idea, which is, if since we are going to be somewhere where a lot of folks aren't going to ever have the ability to go, if there are any questions that you want asked of the folks that are starting to declare and will be at that event, make sure you hit us up either through email or Twitter and let us know what your questions are. We'll definitely, if we get the opportunity, sit down with them, even if we have to pre-record it and get your questions asked and answered. So we're just going to try to kind of do exactly what you just talked about, kind of go into a situation where we didn't expect to be and be a voice of the people. So I'm hoping it works out. So I do fully understand what you just said. I'm just honestly surprised. For us, it seems to be working, even if it is in small circles.
It has to start somewhere.
All right. So, well, you kind of let some of the wind out of my sails. I was going to start asking you what you'd planned on doing if you were actually going to try to run on 2020. And I kind of figured there was a backstory there somewhere. But yeah, like I said, you had mentioned it within a few minutes of us going off the air the other night. Now, I did notice a couple other things that I hadn't brought up yet. I don't know if you'd noticed these stories circulating, but apparently Mr. Rand Paul is getting in trouble for some of his music choices and a few other things that he's done during some of his video spots. Apparently, one of the groups that he's been using in a video spot has actually specifically sent a request to him to demand that he stop using their music.
Well, that's not the first time that's happened. When a politician is using the music without permission, and politicians are politicians. They're like everybody else. They don't realize that they're breaking any copyright rules or laws or what have you, and they think it's fair use of the material, so they go out and use it. Next thing you know, the artist goes, especially seeing how a lot of the musical artists are liberal in their political views, and they don't want to be associated through their music with them. So it happens. There was a time when it was back in the 90s. When Christy, I can't even think of the last name, but the Pretenders, Christy Hines, refused to let, because everybody knows the Rush Limbaugh theme. Well, that's actually a Christy Hines and the Pretenders song. It's a real song. And evidently, Christy Hines was trying to rescind her permission for him to use it because, Rush was too conservative and she's just a wacko liberal. And so Rush was, he basically said, fine, I won't use it. And there was a backlash against Christy Hines and the Pretenders, and then she relented, and now he's still able to use it. But this is the same thing that happens. It's strictly on a. I'm not surprised that he's being hammered by this kind of stuff, and it happens all the time. He's not the first one. He's not going to be the last one. The Ray-Ban stuff, I think that's Ray-Ban being very petty. It really is. And again, I think the backlash against Ray-Ban is going to make them regret that they did this. But it is what it is.
That's usually what happens is they decide to get a burr in their saddle, as we like to say in this neck of the woods, and the next thing you know, they're wishing they just kept their mouth shut, which is probably exactly what's going to happen in both instances. There was another story. I'm trying to see if I can find it real quick because I just had it and then I was looking at something else and then I lost it. You gotta love the way websites are anymore, where they've got like the multiple pages and they kind of scroll through them and then eventually you don't even see the one you were originally looking for. That's always fun because I had one other story and I had it prepped. Joys of live radio. Oh, that's what it was. I can't believe I forgot that. I had, honestly, again, lots of prep work behind the scenes, so this isn't a story that I followed very closely. But how do you feel about the fact that it seems like the Republican Senate just basically caved and now Loretta Lynch has been confirmed as the Attorney General? Because in my estimation, she's the female version of the Attorney General we already had, if not a little bit worse. So I'm a little disturbed. But again, I hadn't really been following that much of the story, so I don't know if there was maybe some sort of a turning point or what. But it just seems that all of a sudden they went from feeling like they were going to have a little bit of a fight and try to see what they could do, and then they just kind of caved, and now we have Loretta Lynch.
It's a typical wimp out story, and at first they were all gung ho. Yeah, we're going to oppose her. We're going to stand firm, and then they thought they saw the political winds change on them on that, which they really didn't. But they buy into this liberal media mantra far too often, and it causes them to not stand on their laurels. And frankly, they had every right to not approve her. But you did have some of the Republican leadership saying, well, the president has a right to have who he wants for those particular offices. And that's a misnomer, constitutionally speaking, historically speaking, and factually speaking. No, the president gets to nominate whoever they want. But the Constitution says it's with the consultation and consult of the Senate. In other words, the Senate has a say in who actually gets the job. It doesn't mean the president gets whoever he wants to have in that particular position. The Senate can say, okay, well, consult us about this. Great. So now we're going to go through the approval process, the confirmation process, and they can dig up all kinds of stuff and say, well, this person isn't qualified, Mr. President. Sorry, give us another one. That's their job. But we get this false. Again, we got all these people out there, especially in the left, twisting the meaning of the Constitution, and there's nobody out there really telling us the true meaning behind the Constitution. The Constitution is not that difficult. It says what it says and means what it means, plain and simple. It's not like the founding fathers were these highfalutin, superiorly educated type of intellectual individuals. They were regular people. They wrote in the regular language of their day. And there's nothing coded in English. It's pretty simple and straightforward. And basically what they meant was, the president gets to nominate whoever he wants. Congress gets to, basically consult with the president and tell them that they believe the person is qualified or not qualified. If they think the person is qualified, the nominee is qualified, then they approve him. If they don't think so, then they don't approve him. And the president has to send them another name. That's the whole. But I know it's frustrating for people to see this happening, but that's the truth.
Yeah, I have to admit, at this point, I am disappointed with the Republican Party as a whole as it stands in D.C. because whether they want to realize it or not, they won with a mandate again. And this is what, and all of the talk show hosts that I talk to, and the columnists that I talk to, and even the regular folks that I talk to have all said the same thing. What they wanted the Republicans to do, now that they had control of both houses again, was to put everything that they had been trying to get passed for the last 6 years on the desk of the president and make him veto every single one. So when it came time for 2016, they can stand up and say, this is what we tried to pass, this is what was vetoed, this is what we would have done if we had someone in the White House who agreed with the things that you, the American people, for the most part, do agree with. And they are not doing it, no matter how many times. At this point, I honestly feel like We are repeating Einstein's definition of insanity. The only difference is every once in a while we change teams. You know, everybody says, the Republicans have had a shot at it. Nothing's getting done. Let's vote for the Democrats for a while. Oh, now we're worse off than we were before. Maybe we should vote some Republicans in for a while. Oh, look, not much is changing again. And it frustrates the crap out of me, because the thing that, as I get older, the thing that drives me crazy when it comes to politics is anymore I get the distinct impression that, yes, there is a Democratic Party. Yes, there is a Republican Party. But it's like a brand war between Coke and Pepsi, because no matter which one you're voting for, you're still getting a damn soft drink.
Yeah, I agree. So, I'm just like everybody else, a little bit frustrated. I'm a little bit tired of the left wing of the Republican Party, and it's time for them to go as well.
All right. Well, at this point, folks, we actually are about out of time. So, as usual, I want to give the last couple of minutes of the show to the guest to make sure that, again, everybody is made aware of where they can find him and how they can find him. And I do want to thank you, Mr. Eccles, for appearing with us again this evening. And I do look forward to the slightly different venue tomorrow, where you and I will square off against a couple of liberals. Now, I have to admit, I am what a lot of folks have started to term is more of maybe what a lot of folks, I guess, call a conservatarian, because I do have some libertarian leanings. So I think tomorrow should be interesting, because we have one really, really liberal host, one that is more JFK-style liberal, then we have me, and then you, who I'm sure from some of the stuff that I've heard and some of the things I've heard you say, I think might even be a little bit more conservative than I am. So it should be a pretty good mix. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. But why don't you go ahead and take the last minute or so and remind folks of where they can find you, and we will call it a night.
Sure. They can easily find me over on rodeccles.net. And that'll give them all kinds of the site over there is growing bigger and bigger by leaps and bounds daily. So there's a lot of information over there, as well as information about me and my shows. So I always direct people to go over there and have fun. You might want to bookmark it too, because the information changes daily on there about what I talk on the show. And some of the things that we're doing and where I might be appearing. You mentioned speaking engagements. Well, we have some. We're looking at hopefully having some speaking engagements that we can announce fairly shortly. So those will be also posted over there. Look, I just look at myself as being just a regular American Joe out there, a man who's having a love affair with his country and wants to see it continue and save for all of our posterity, our children, grandchildren, and so on. And that's why I do this.
All right. Well, again, it has been my pleasure having you join us this evening. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And again, as always, anytime you want to come back, you have an open invitation. So just let me know. At this point, we are going to go ahead and shut things down for the night, folks. It has been my pleasure. Here in just a moment, you will hear the Liz Harrison radio show kick off. And then as soon as that show ends, we'll go over to the Voices of Global Freedom crew, who will be finishing off our regular political night tonight, and we will, of course, join the Late Night in the Midlands crew. This is Rick Robinson, host of America Off the Rails, also programming director here at K98 Talk, wishing you all good evening, happy Friday, enjoy your weekend, and I'll be back with you bright and early tomorrow.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Later.
Game over, man. It's game over. Don't.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level, or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, We give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. K98talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98talk.com.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny.
You know what time it is, so sit back and get ready for the Stafford Voice, your dose of conservative in a world of liberal.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, good evening. How you doing? I'm your host, Daniel Stafford, and you are, yes, listening to the Stafford Voice, where we are conservative in a world of liberal. And tonight, it's a 420 special. You know, it's a pot lover's holiday, and if you're not a pot lover or you're a boss in charge of some other people, tomorrow just may be National Surprise Drug Test Day. But I'm not advocating for that. Look, before we get into any of that good fun stuff that we're going to talk about tonight, we've got a ton of stuff right now. Tonight we've got a ton of stuff to cover, and I hope that we're going to be able to bring it to you. But before we get into that, I want you to know that wherever you're at, set this channel as a favorite. Hit that button, whatever you got to do so you don't get left behind. And if for some strange, crazy reason you do miss the show, well, shame on you. But you can catch the replay, so just sit tight. There is no need to panic. I've got you. So, in the case you are not already following on social media, you can find me on the Twitters at Stafford Voice. Look me up as well on Facebook at The Stafford Voice. You can follow Politainment as well, or any of the other hosts. Also, to stay up to date with anything and everything that we like to talk about, you can either do so, that some of the stuff that I talk about, every now and then, some of the deeper stuff that not a lot of people are afraid to say, that, you know, maybe it's good for you to hear every now and then. You can catch it over at thestaffordvoice.com. But all of the more relevant news and information you'll probably find over at politainment.net. Also, make sure that you give some love to the station. K98 Talk has openly embraced everybody here on the Politainment crew. I mean, we've been able to, even the new show, The Right Angle, on Tuesdays. You know, those guys are, you just got to check them out. That's all I've got to say. I'm not going to throw out any spoilers. Just make sure you send some love to the station. Okay, now, you know, I've got this little montage that I want to play for you. And, you know, it's going to kind of set the tone here for the next few minutes. And while it's playing, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get my brownies ready because, damn it, I got the munchies. Like, you know what. So let's just sit back, let's laugh and giggle here for a few minutes, and then let's talk about legalizing marijuana, yes or no.
I smoke 2 joints in the morning, I smoke 2 joints at night, I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. It makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more.
You know, when I was a kid, I
I inhaled frequently. That was the point.
Because I got high, because I got high, because I got high. La da 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 da.
Is that a joint, man? That goddamn looks like a quarter pounder, man. Led Zeppelin. Man, be careful with that shit, man. Is it heavy stuff, man? Will it blow me away? Better put your seatbelt on, man. I'll tell you that much. I've been smoking since I was born, man. I could smoke anything, man. You know, like I smoked that Michoacan, man, Acapulco Gold, man. I even smoked that tight stick, you know? Tight stick? Yeah, you know, that stuff is tied to a stick, you know? Tight stick? Yeah, that didn't even do nothing to me, man. I could probably smoke this whole joint, man, and still walk away, man. Wouldn't be no problem at all, man. Talk it out, man. It kind of grabs you by the boo-boo, don't it? Hey, man. What? What? Oh. What's in this shit, man?
Mostly Maui Wowie, man.
Yeah?
But it's got some Labrador in it.
What's Labrador?
It's dog.
What?
Yeah, my dog ate my stash, man. I had it on the table and the little motherfucker ate it, man.
Yeah?
So I had to follow him around the little baggie for 3 days before I got it back.
Who's got the herb? Is what the young boys back scream. Who's got the herb? And then the elder.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that you cannot have a talk about legalizing marijuana, yes or no, without referring to the good old buddies from Cheech and Chong. You know, Cheech Marin and Tommy Chong, absolutely hysterical dudes. I mean, I grew up watching those guys, and you know, I don't know how many times I've seen that clip this weekend, but it's absolutely I can't even. Listen, not to mention these brownies are good, but listen, this really is I think it really is kind of a thing that we need to really talk about, because look, I can throw out the stats. This is one of those things that I had asked you. I asked you guys last week to take part in our Politainment poll, and 73% of you guys said yes to legalizing marijuana. Now, I kind of I dug a little deeper, and I'll throw out the stats for you. You know, among millennials, now this was even from Pew Research, so you can take these numbers however you want. But among millennials, 68% support legalizing marijuana. Among those, the Generation X, 52%. 52% say yes. 7 in 10 believe alcohol is more harmful. You could probably count me among one of those that would say alcohol is more harmful. Now, let's look at the Colorado model, because that's something that a lot of people would probably point you to. They're going to say, well, look at Colorado. What's happening in Colorado? Well, from 2011 to 2013, there was a 57% increase in marijuana-related emergency room visits. Some of these, again, these are statistics. These statistics actually came from a study group out of Colorado. So I don't know. These numbers may be a little skewed. I don't know. I wish I would have looked to see who a little more into the group that actually conducted this study. But again, from 2011 to 2013, there was a 57% increase in marijuana-related emergency room visits. Hospitalizations related to marijuana has increased 82% since 2008. Drug-related student suspensions and expulsions increased 32%. I don't know about you, but that alone is a little alarming. Sorry, I'm still trying to chow down on some brownie. But here's the thing. I've been around marijuana a long time. Now, what I'm about to tell you is somewhat confidential, but yes, I grew up around marijuana. And before I get too far into it, I need to make mention to my dad out there, because I know he's probably listening. Tomorrow is his birthday. So happy birthday, Pops. Love you big. You are rock solid. You are a rock solid star in my life. I owe many, many thanks to you and your support. So I hope that you have a very blessed birthday tomorrow. And I throw that out there because I was talking with my dad about this throughout the week. Whether we should legalize marijuana. He kind of gave me a different perspective. Immediately, he said, no, don't do it. And he kind of threw me off guard because I was expecting him to say yes. And I had talked to a few other people who I knew were there were a few recreational users that I had talked to who have since cleaned up. And immediately their answer was absolutely not. Do not do it. Well, the thing that I found interesting was once we actually started getting into it and asking them, okay, well, let's slow down about this and let's think, why are you saying absolutely not, no way, no how? And their answer would be, well, it's because I know its effects. I know what it does. In the case of one person, they said that actually things were a little more clearer for them. The other person said that they didn't like the way that it. So they looked at, two different opposing views, but in the end, I think we wound up coming to the same conclusion, and that was, maybe this is something that we should do. If you look at this from the standpoint of, okay, well, we have legalized cigarettes, tobacco cigarettes. We've legalized marijuana. I have, again, been around marijuana smokers almost my whole life. And it is nowhere near harmful as what I've seen alcohol do to other people. I've been around alcoholics. I've been around drug users. And for the most part, those on marijuana, many people wouldn't even know. You really wouldn't. If you didn't know exactly what to look for, you probably wouldn't even know that they were. And matter of fact, a lot of people that you see today walking down the street or even in your own office very well may be recreational users. And it's just they're able to hide it from the majority of people. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I think if you look at it from the standpoint of cigarettes. How many different chemicals are in one single cigarette? How many? I can't name them. There are chemicals in there that are so long that hell, it takes more letters in the alphabet to spell out half of these things. They got, some of them even look like they got hieroglyphics and Chinese characters that make them up. So who is to say that marijuana is worse? I mean, after all, marijuana for the most part, despite the fact that over the years marijuana has gotten more potent. That's the thing to look at is, yes, over the years, marijuana has gotten more potent, but have cigarettes not gotten worse? Hey, how many high schools do you go by that... How many high schools do you go by these days and there's a large population smoking cigarettes? I'm sorry, but there's a little something of, well, marijuana is a natural substance. It just happens to be something that can alter your senses, and I'm not even getting into the medical side of things. That's a little more personal here in just a second. But look at a cigarette. How many different chemicals make up a cigarette when you're smoking it and you're breathing those things into your lungs? These are chemicals made up. I mean, nobody really knows. I mean, you look... Cigarettes cause cancer. There is no doubt about that cigarettes will cause cancer and can cause cancer. You look at the effects of alcohol. How many times does somebody get into an automobile and under the influence? Maybe it was just 3 or 4 beers. You feel okay. You get behind that wheel, and the next thing you know, you have a life sentence knowing that you killed someone else. Albeit an accident, but it's the consequence to the actions that you just did in partaking of alcohol. I'm not saying that drinking alcohol is bad or good. What I'm saying is there's so many different consequences. Personally, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I stay away from all of that stuff. I saw time after time the effects of these things, and it was something that I didn't want in my life. There was a time that before I found God that I did partake in alcohol, maybe in excess a few times, that opened my eyes every time I did, and it said, you need to stay away from me because I'm a really bad thing. Really, really bad. So, luckily, I took heed to that counsel, got away from it. I didn't like who I was. Nevertheless, luckily I did find God, and through His miraculous saving grace, I have never touched the stuff since. But let's look at this also from a medical standpoint. Again, this goes back to a more personal story that, as you guys know, many of you longtime listeners know that my mother suffered from breast cancer. It was something that took 9 years of her life, and ultimately after 9 years, it did take her life. However, because of marijuana, she was able to have somewhat of an appetite at times. Through many, many chemo treatments, radiation treatments, man, that stuff really takes a toll on your body. And when somebody says, look, the pain is just too much, I need help, can you go out and, will you go out and find me a joint? You want to. You will do what it takes in order to bring a little bit of comfort. So you look at this from a medical standpoint and look at how many different, I'm not a doctor, I don't know, but how many different things, how many different illnesses can we help by using advancements in the marijuana industry? We're going to call it an industry because whether you like it or not, it's probably going to wind up being legal. It's going to take some time. I don't lean to one side of the fence or not. I'm on the side of the fence that says, let's legalize it. And I'll tell you why. Because I don't want the government involved in it. The only way that they should ever be involved in it is probably only to collect taxes. Same reason why alcohol is okay in the open market, and the same thing with cigarettes. If you're willing to take upon yourself those known risks, slam down a beer, throw down a shot, light one up, you know the consequences, and yet you still do them. Who am I, or who is the government to say they know any better than anybody else? If you want to smoke a joint in your house, feel free. Now, what I worry is when the government does get involved, and here in the next 2 years maybe, you're going to, can you remember back when Barack Obama said hey, listen, if you like your health care plan, you can keep your health care plan. Imagine if he started advocating for the legalization of marijuana. Listen up. I want to be clear. If you like your dealer, you can, you know what? Let me in on him because I got no stash. You can, if you like your dealer, you can keep your dealer. That's, seriously? Can you imagine if it was legal to smoke marijuana that Obama would be in the White House? Hey, Michelle, bring me some brownies. You know, some of them brownies you can't give the kids at school. You give them cardboard pizza, I want some brownies. Yeah, that's the same freaking crap that would happen. Oh, good heavens. I don't know all the ins and outs, and I'll give you my opinion. I think that we should probably legalize marijuana, throw a tax on it, because people are going to smoke it whether it's legal or not. People have guns whether it's legal for them to have them or not. They really don't care. But you know what? We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, I'm going to give you an update about ISIS and Mexican drug cartels. So stay tuned. I am your host, Daniel Stafford, here on Stafford Voice. We'll be right back.
You'll be able to keep your health care plan.
This is the most transparent administration in history. Not even a smidgen of corruption.
Fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
If you got a business, you didn't build that.
The feeling most people get when they hear a Barack Obama speech, I felt this thrill going up my leg. I mean, I don't have that too often.
Steady.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. Ricky Robinson, host of America Off the Rails, will tackle the important issues facing America today as he tries to keep America from coming off the track. Get ready to hear the truth every Monday through Friday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, and on Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern and 11 Central here on K98Talk.com and the Spark Radio Network.
Welcome to the face. Welcome to the face of the new democracy.
Good day to you. As a distinguished gentleman, I need a serious source of news. One that doesn't waste my time when I'm enjoying my tea and crumpets.
White powdered! White powdered!
One that catches the most important stories of the day.
The poop plane.
Was it jet poop? Real serious nonsense. Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now on K98 Talk.
Gonna just move in another direction towards the classy.
We'll be classy and not say dildo.
They're completely different.
Back when he was in grade school, the only crayons he ever cared about were the red one, the white one, and the blue one. The Stafford Voice.
All right, we are back. Wow, I didn't even finish my brownie, so you guys are going to have to stick with me here for just a second. Wow, man, I still got the munchies. I got the munchies and I don't even smoke weed. Anyway, you guys know I like food. Man, sorry, I got the giggles. You know, I was thinking earlier, I need to come up with some new music. Have you guys are probably older than I am. Have you guys heard of that old rock group, the Rolling Stoned? I don't know. I just heard them the other day. But either way, whatever. Okay. Now, before the break, I told you that I was going to give you an update on ISIS and Mexican drug cartels. How the heck do they even go together? Well, okay, get this. So, a week or two ago, we found out that ISIS was only a few miles away from our southern border. I think it was like 8 miles. Well, now the report coming out, and if you want to read a little more into this, you can head over to judicialwatch.org. They are on top of this. They are reporting that ISIS is working hand in hand with Mexican drug cartels to be able to infiltrate our southern border. And some of what they're saying is, I'm quoting this directly from their report. They say that a high-level intelligence source, who must remain anonymous for safety reasons, confirmed that the meeting was conveyed specifically to address a press strategy to deny Judicial Watch's accurate reporting and identify who is providing information to Judicial Watch. They go on to... So what they're saying is there's a handful of people out there trying to deny what they are reporting, and even the U.S. and Mexico are denying that these Islamic terrorists are operating south of the border. But we know that they are, because there's enough people that are supporting each other's stories. And I'm trying to find here. Wow, I can't find it. And maybe it's up here. Anyway, so they're reporting that the Mexican drug cartels because they know how to come across the border, that what's happening is they know how to smuggle people. And they know how to smuggle drugs. They know how to smuggle so many different things down there on the border. And so ISIS is asking for their help. Not really asking, but probably demanding. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if ISIS really got into it against the drug cartel? Okay, so I think I found this. They're saying... Mexican intelligence sources report that ISIS intends to exploit the railways and airport facilities in the vicinity of Santa Teresa, New Mexico. The sources also say that ISIS has quote-unquote spotters located in the East Potrillo Mountains of New Mexico. So there are plenty of sightings of people with ties to Islamic State, and also they're trying to confirm and really set in stone that yes, they are working with the Juarez cartel. So yeah, that's extremely frightening. It really is. When you look at how weak our southern border is, you wonder really what is going on out there. Oh, I don't know about you, but you guys got to stay vigilant. And unfortunately, we're going to take our last break here for just a short little bit. You're listening to Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice on K98 Talk. We'll be right back.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in.
Listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works.
President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before.
Did someone say green?
Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind?
Now, do you say good things about me on the show?
No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much.
The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation.
Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo?
I got a pen. I can veto that, you know.
I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it.
Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist.
And he doesn't recycle either.
That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here. We've done the research. He is the long-lost brother of Flava Flav. The Stafford Voice, boy!
All right, we are back. You know, I want to remind you guys how much I love to read. I really do. Last week we didn't have class or any homework throughout the week, and it was awesome. I was able to finally pick up a book and get started, and unfortunately I couldn't finish. But you know that I am always on the go, and you know how difficult it is for me to be able to stop, slow down, and grab a book. And just like you. Well, because I don't have a lot of time to slow down and read, I do have a smartphone, I've got a tablet, I've also got a subscription to Audible.com. You could be driving, cutting the grass, going to the bathroom. Oh, don't tell my wife that's why I use her tablet all the time, because she'd get really upset. Anyway, look, you can be driving to go get groceries, whatever, doing the laundry. Get caught up on all the great books you want to read, but you can't. And if you're like me and you love to read, but you don't have the time, go and get a subscription to Audible.com. And as you sign up, make sure you know this awesome deal. Because, listen, as a listener to the Politainment crew, you're going to get 30 days, no strings attached trial to Audible. You also get a free book, and since it is part of Amazon, listen, there are hundreds and thousands of books to choose from. Yes, even all of the new releases. There's only two ways for you to get this deal. You can either go to polititainment.net and click the little banner, which pretty much does all the work for you, or you can go to audibletrial.com/polititainment and you can get signed up over there. So that's all you have to do. I would suggest going to polititainment.net, clicking the little banner. It is way easier and way faster to get signed up and to be able to take advantage of this great deal. You will thank us. If you are on the go and you love to read, you will wonder where your life has been without Audible.com. I mean, it's great. One of the things I like to read is I like to read about history. And one of the things that I've started over the last week or so was on this day in history. Listen, I don't want to tell you that today was Hitler's birthday. I don't care if it was Hitler's birthday. Here are a couple of things that I think is really cool. And to be quite honest, they actually kind of go together. Yes, they're 10 years apart, but listen, check this out. In 1861, on this day in history, Robert E. Lee resigned from the U.S. Army. Now, he was a top graduate of the U.S. Military Academy. He was a combat engineer in the United States Army, and he was in the Army for 32 years. Very, very good career in the military. I mean, he was a good guy. A little, kind of wishy-washy on a few things, but overall, great soldier. Now, when Virginia declared its secession from the Union in April, Lee, he chose to follow his home state. He was from Virginia, and despite his personal desire to keep for the country to remain intact, he still went and fought for Virginia, and he left the Army. Well, once he took command of the Confederate Army, he soon emerged as this shrewd tactician. He won almost all of his battles. He was an incredible battlefield commander. Everybody knew that he was fighting a far superior Union army. Well, eventually on April 9th in 1865, he surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. He surrendered, and the rest is, as they say, history. Well, here's where this next story comes into play, because it involves Ulysses S. Grant. In 1871, the Ku Klux Act was passed by Congress. Now, this act was passed by Congress during the Reconstruction era, and it was signed into law by none other than President Ulysses S. Grant. He had asked for this legislation, and it was passed within just 1 month of it being asked for. Well, the reason why was because of all the reports that he was getting from all of these racial threats down in the South, particularly in South Carolina. He felt that he needed the authority to be able to effectively intervene and slow things down and take control. Well, after this passed, he had the power that he needed, and it was actually power to both suppress the state and to suspend the right of habeas corpus. There were a handful of times where he had to use this authority, and as a result of it, sorry, I got something in my eye and I cannot figure out what it is. Yes, I know it's my eyeball, but it's a foreign object. So as a result of him taking action, the first era of what we would call the KKK was completely dismantled and did not resurface until the first part of the 20th century. So a little interesting. I thought that two things relevant on this day in history actually were connected. You know, that Lee left the army and he wound up fighting against Grant and ultimately surrendered to him. It was really cool. I thought it was. You will wonder what the hell she was thinking. I'm still trying to figure it out. But check this out. Here's the disconnect. And this right here is an example of Hillary Clinton's disconnect. You know, when she goes out and tries to go to Chipotle and order a burrito and then get fussy because nobody at Chipotle recognized her? Well, Gwyneth Paltrow obviously thought that nobody would notice. Well, all eyes were on Gwyneth after she sent that tweet out. Everybody wanted to watch her fail. Well, here's the update. This is what she says. As I suspected, we only made it through about 4 days when I personally broke and had some chicken and fresh vegetables. And in full transparency, half a bag of black licorice. Yeah. Like, oh my God, everybody, I need some chicken and some black licorice, okay? Speaking of black licorice, man, yeah, I could go for some black licorice right now. Anyway, so she also says, quote, my perspective has been forever altered by how difficult it was to eat wholesome, nutritious food on that budget, even for just a few days. A challenge that 47 million Americans face every day, week and year. Now, this isn't to mention that we knew that she was going to fail at this, because just a day or two after she accepted the challenge, she was snapped at a restaurant in L.A. with her rumored boyfriend, who will remain nameless because he's a freaking joke, just like she is. But seriously, this is the disconnect that they have. You go to a posh LA restaurant wearing a $200 pair of pants. Listen, you just accepted a damn challenge on food stamps. The last thing you need to do is put on a $200 pair of pants and go out to eat. Not everybody on food stamps can afford to go out and have a $1,000 or $2,000 dinner. Now, in case you really did want to know, her rumored boyfriend, who I could really care less, Glee co-founder Brad Falchuk, or Falchuk. I don't even, these fancy Hollyweird names. It's, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess he's created this some show where everybody's really happy. Whatever. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, but the parallels between this and Hillary Clinton are just uncanny. I mean, the fact that Hillary Clinton goes out on this little what they call the Scooby bus or Scooby van and tries to act like common folk is besides me. It's completely unreasonable for her to, I mean, It's head scratching, really. I mean, have you noticed that there was also a time where they're on her little Scooby van tour where she had to stop and she was parked in a handicapped spot because she is so entitled that she needs to park that close. Maybe she thought that she was being shot at by snipers or something, like she was when she got off the plane over wherever the heck she was, over in BFE. Anyway. Oh, good heavens. You know what? You know what time it is? It's time for another episode of Who Said That? Yes, that's right. Once a week, we will bring to you our little segment called Who Said That? Where we find somebody out there who is literally too stupid to insult. Look, they couldn't even pour out they couldn't even pour out the piss in their own boot if the instructions were on the heel of it. Okay? They are that stupid. It doesn't matter whether you are Republican or Democrat, Libertarian, Conservative, left or right. It doesn't matter. We will call you out. And this week is no different.
The truth of the matter is that for a lot of millennials, young people, diverse America, as you said, people haven't brought this issue up so far today, but the fact of the matter is that the Republican field still looks like an intolerant field.
Right.
And we
Exactly.
saw that during what was going on with Indiana and this religious right bill that's really just an anti-gay bill. Young Americans are going to walk into the polls, walk to the booth, and ask themselves, am I going to vote for discrimination or am I not going to vote for discrimination? And that is one of the reasons why the GOP continues to struggle to win the general election, because they keep holding on to this image and politics of discrimination and exclusion and not inclusion.
Particularly on immigration.
Okay. That was from ABC Sundays this week. That was Elsie Granderson, who says that the field so far for 2016's GOP field looks like an intolerant field, and how you're either going to, how did he put it? You're either going to vote for racism or not, or some crap like that. Whatever. He's an idiot. An absolute moron for coming up with a statement like that. The fact of the matter is this. He is part of the party and in support of the party who continues to perpetuate race and make it an issue. Who came up with the Ku Klux Klan? It was Democrats. Do you remember back, the president who fought to free the slaves? That guy was a Republican. He wasn't a Democrat. The only people who are out there continuing to perpetuate this ignorance that race is what's slowing down and that... This guy's a complete frickin' moron. I don't even want to continue to talk about him because he's literally that stupid. And I don't even want to... He's too stupid to insult. I could go on and on for a couple of more minutes about him, but why waste your breath? I can't tell which end he's talking out of, whether he's talking out of the top or the bottom. Probably the bottom, because that's probably where he houses his brain. Either way, we've got to continue to hold these people accountable. I don't care where you're at, what you're doing, whether you're listening to liberals or conservatives, Republicans or Democrats. I don't care if you're right down the middle. You need to hold these people accountable, because these people out there are continuing to slow things down and hold you back. They don't want... Hillary Clinton out there, for instance, is saying how she is the leader of the... She wants to be the champion of the middle class. How in the heck can you be the champion of the middle class when for the last, 10, 12 years, you've been out begging for money around the world as part of the Clinton initiative? How many billions of dollars do you have? How many millions of dollars did you get for a failed book deal that hardly sold any copies at all? Nobody cares about you. They want you to go away. The same with people with Bush, with Krispy Kreme. The same with, oh God, these. I can tell by looking at the time that it would probably be best that we get out of here for the evening before we wind up stepping on our own tongue. And please do us a favor. Please head over to polititainment.net and check out the cool swag that we've got. There are a couple of shirts over there that you can help support us with. Also, look, you've got to hold these people to the fire. Hold their feet to the fire. You've put these people in office, and now it's time to make them accountable. It falls on you. And, sadly, that's all the time we have for this week. And God willing, the Stafford Voice, I, your host, Daniel Stafford, will be back next week. You can follow me on Twitter at Stafford Voice. Look me up on Twitter at Stafford Voice, or on Facebook as well. Email your questions or comments to daniel@polititainment.net. Thank you so much for your time today, and until next week, thanks and God bless.
Before we get this podcast started, we want to let you in on a little something. If you shop on Amazon like, everybody, instead of going straight to Amazon.com to do your shopping, do your friends at Polititainment a favor. You see, Polititainment.net is an Amazon partner. So here's what that means if you want to shop on Amazon. Instead of going to Amazon.com directly, go to Polititainment.net. You'll see an Amazon banner at the top of the page. You click on that banner, and it takes you to Amazon. You buy stuff like always, but a portion of everything you buy goes to Polititainment. Shop on Amazon and help us grow at the same time. Again, just go to Polititainment.net and click on the Amazon banner at the top of the page. Now, enjoy the show.
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9.
Joining me at this time is radio talk show host and conservative media lightning rod Jason DeWilkins.
I appreciate you, brother, for having me.
Dude, I'm about to start seriously calling you my brother from another mother, because you are saying the same things that I've been saying.
In this hour, you will be informed, entertained, and possibly offended. From the Kensington Place Studios, it's time for According to Me.
Today is Earth Day, folks. And our planet is in peril. From the Kensington Place Studios, this is According to Me, Barack Obama and John Boehner's second most hated internet radio program, the 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes. And it's days like this every year where it is our time to not only save our Earth, but reflect on what little time we have left. Let's just be honest. But while you're still here with me on the Earth we keep destroying, you can follow me on Twitter at ATM_show. That is ATM_SHOW, where you get a slice of common sense conservatism and ADHD in 140 characters less. And also, while you're on the interwebs and on the social media networks, you can also check me out on Facebook. Go to facebook.com/accordingtomeshow. Click like. Also, follow us on Twitter, by the way. I'm going all over the place this evening. I'm sorry. At Polititainment on Twitter. Also, like the Polititainment Facebook page as well. And you can go to Polititainment.net, where you can get all types of great articles from great folks, great contributors, the podcast, the merchandise. It's dope on Polititainment.net. So definitely make sure that you check that out. And do that soon, because, again, we know what's at stake when it comes to the fragile ecosystem known as our planet and what we're doing. And, you know, I kind of look at Earth Day, if you really think about it, as kind of like celebrating like your 85-year-old grandparents' birthday. You know, you wouldn't miss it for the world, but you never know. I mean, this could be the last time you're able to celebrate with them, you know? I mean, that's how we should really look at it every Earth Day, because it's just a matter of time. We've been told that, and when you think about that, it makes me really sad, you know? Really, really kind of little lump in the throat there, get a little choked up here when I start thinking of the condition of our planet. And you know, when I think of sad songs, a way to really pull at the heartstrings of listeners and people who are paying attention is, you know, the Sarah McLachlan, like, endangered or abused puppies and animal commercial that just makes you want to, like, bawl your eyes out. And I don't care if you're man, woman, or child. You're like, oh, that doggy, right? And you hear, I will remember you. Well, when it comes to Earth Day, I feel it's just as sad.
Remember you. Will you remember me? Don't let your life pass you by. Weep not for the memory.
If you recycle more, there won't be more toxins.
In order to be at peace in our world today, it has to include being at peace with our Earth.
Climate is weather over time, and as time marches on, the climate has changed, thus climate change.
Just because it snows in winter doesn't mean the planet isn't getting warmer.
So I just want to introduce the idea that the strong winds that we had in Southern California, these could be connected to climate change.
The entire North Polar ice cap during summer months could be completely ice-free within the next 5 to 7 years.
Fossil fuels we burn are setting off a chain of dangerous weather patterns that could condemn future generations to global catastrophe. We see the effects of global climate change in our communities and around the world, in record drought, famine, forest fires. Hurricanes and tornadoes and typhoons are growing in intensity, and rapidly melting ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland. It could raise the global sea levels high enough to swallow up large portions of every coastal city and town around the world.
Weep not for the memory.
It's a reality we have to face, folks. And so, on this Earth Day, we are going to discuss recycling, climate change, and give it the full according to me treatment by giving you all the information you need to know, because we need to pay attention to recycling and to the ills of our planet. And what better day to do it than on Earth Day? When I knew that my show, which is now on every Wednesday, is like 3-4 weeks ago, was on Earth Day, I was like, oh, thank goodness, because it's right up there with Christmas for me. But I'll say this: on days like this, you look at Al Gore, for example, who is the climate czar, and he goes out there and tells you all the ills of the world. And he had like a live audio stream today. I haven't even got a chance to really listen to it, but it's still going live. They're looping it, and I figured we'd break into that really quick so you can hear. I don't really know what he was talking about, but he dedicated like hours of his day today to discuss climate change. And we'll go to just a live feed of it. Again, they've been looping it all day on YouTube, so we'll just go to a live feed. Hello, it's Al Gore, and today is Earth Day. In fact, for 45 years, we've celebrated this day to celebrate our Mother Earth, that is. And as many of you know, I've led the way in telling everyone about the grave dangers we face as a planet and sharing around the world an inconvenient truth. See, most know climate change leads to sweeping weather patterns, sea levels rising, and certain extinction of animals in their natural habitats. But folks, I'm sorry to say that this is just simply the tip of the practically melted iceberg when it comes to the damage we are causing our planet and fragile ecosystem. And so I figured on Earth Day, I'd share with you a list of things that over the last decade have been caused by climate change. Number 1, the death of aspen trees in the West. Now see, aspen trees grow around the Rocky Mountains, and about 45% of them are gone. Why? Due to drought, insect infestations, and wildfires caused by climate change. We're talking 46 million acres of trees. That's the size of Colorado that's missing due to the way we treat our planet. Number 2, incredibly shrinking sheep. That's right, folks. Over the last 30 years, sheep have decreased in size due to not having to add as much fat to survive those long winter months that no longer exist.
On top of that, they don't produce as much wool because they don't necessarily need it to survive the cold winter time, which not only increases the price of wool, but also makes sheep smaller. Number 3.
All right, I can't listen to this anymore. I'm not going to listen to Al Gore for the rest of the day, just go into this diatribe of what's going on with the planet. Not going to do it. But, maybe we'll check in later on the show and see what Al Gore is talking about. But I will say this. I mean, he does have a point. It is time to take action. And I have 4 children. And I want to make sure that the earth is around for my children and my children's children and my children's 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 children and then their children who have children and their children's children. Because that's what's important to me and it should be important to all of us. And I vow to do something. I'm going to do something about this. Enough lip service. I want to save the planet. And I want to help listeners like you understand what we all can do. Because if we want to save the planet, it's simple. We don't recycle. Yeah, that's right. Let me let that sink in a little bit. If we want to save the planet and actually do more good than harm, we don't recycle. Because, see, the entire recycling hippy-dippy bullcrap started, the hippy-dippy baloney, started in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And really what started was the sad Indian commercial. You remember seeing this. I remember seeing replays of this as a kid. But you remember this commercial, right?
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it.
And then you look at the Indian and he has a tear running down his cheek because he's crying because like somebody on the highway threw like a Burger King, bag and a bunch of crap exploded all over his moccasins. And of course, this is right after he was rowing in on his canoe, like in New York or something. Because you totally see that. Even in the 70s, that happened all the time. They have the crying, sad Indian. This was once my land being destroyed by the crazy white man and their littering ways. So that's what started kind of the whole lunacy around recycling as a whole, and it kind of gained more and more traction. And the reason why it really has gained a lot of traction is for a couple of different reasons, and we're going to break those down. But one of the main things you saw in the 80s was, look, we're running out of landfill space. In 1989, a third of our nation's landfills are going to be full at that point is what they thought. So in the early 80s, they said, look, by 89, a third of our landfills are going to be completely full. We're totally screwed if we don't do something now right away. We need to recycle because not only do we need to reduce what we have in our landfills, but we have a finite amount of resources and we need to make sure that we recycle those resources. We can't also lead to acid rain in the 80s and all this pollution. And so if we recycle and we have less pollution and we'll take care of our earth, we won't have as much in the landfill, and it all sounds like it makes sense. Our kids are told right away at a young age in school of, hey, recycling's great, love the earth, we need to recycle. And you have kids who are practically immediately in kindergarten taught about the great portions of recycling that really help our Mother Earth and really make sure that everyone's doing their part. Well, it's time for me to do my part, time for you to do yours. And the easiest way to do that is to discuss why you should no longer recycle. Now, wait a minute. Again, I thought it was great. I mean, how can it be a bad thing? And, okay, let's say for some reason it doesn't have an environmental impact. It does, right? But let's say for some reason, Jason, at the end of your show, you're going to tell me it's pointless and so on and so forth. It makes me feel good to recycle. It makes me feel that I'm doing the right thing. I feel happy at the end of recycling all of my trash throughout the week. Great. You know what else makes people happy? Unprotected sex. You know what else makes people happy? Cocaine. You know what else makes people happy? A gallon of ice cream with Nutella all over it. Does that mean you should do it because it makes you feel good? Is that what we've resorted to now? If it makes you feel good about yourself, then go ahead and do it. Great! I'm going to do an 8-ball during the middle of the show here, folks, because it makes me feel good. But let's go to the finite amount of resources we have, and let's address those, okay? Let's look at aluminum, for example, and I think this is an important one to look at because the only thing, really, when it comes to recycling that you can claim that should be recycled, and more importantly, makes sense for everyone, is aluminum. Because there's actual value to aluminum. Which is why when you recycle aluminum, you actually get paid to do it. I know, it's crazy. Which asks the question, what you're always told is there's so much value in the products you're recycling. There's so much money in recycling, not only for companies, but for people who recycle. There's so much money in it. Really? Then why aren't we being paid to recycle plastics and paper and glass? No, why just aluminum? That's because aluminum has, again, value to it, which is why you actually would recycle it. But the problem is, you're not paid to do it. But $8 billion of your taxpayer dollars is going to recycling here in the United States. Now, $8 billion when we piss money away like we do as a country is a drop in the bucket. But I digress. And so the popular thing to say, like my libertarian hippie friend says a lot, was, look, you're already paying for it. It's all, the can's already there. You're already paying for this yellow and blue ugly-ass can to be here. You may as well use it, right? Okay. Well, again, by that definition, hell, my tax dollars are going to pay for abortion, and even though I disagree with it, I mean, hell, we may as well get a couple of them while we're at it, right? Because, I mean, I'm already paying for it. I guess even if I disagree with it, possibly, it doesn't matter. You're already paying for it, so why do you care? But again, I'm paid to recycle aluminum because there's actual value in what's recycled. But the other stuff I'm not paid for because there's no value. I'm not. It makes sense for recycling companies, and it makes sense for consumers because, quite frankly, it is more inexpensive to take the actual raw aluminum cans or things of those natures that you can recycle and turn into new aluminum instead of mining for new aluminum. It is a lot less costly in that instance. That one exception is the only reason that recycling typically makes sense. Now, I know what you're saying. You're going, well, that doesn't make sense. I mean, what about paper, right? We've been beat over the head to death for decades about recycling paper and how great it is to make sure that we do that. Well, let's dig into paper, shall we? Because, you know, I mean, if we use recycled paper, we're going to reduce chopping down trees and deforestation and knocking down all of these trees, which house all these beautiful animals that are now in danger because we have to have our paper and yada, 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 yada. 87% of paper comes from trees, that's right, that are raised for the sole purpose of paper production. That's right. Now, the U.S., for example, we harvest about 15 million acres of forest every year for paper. 15 million acres for paper every year. That sounds awful. It really does. But we're planting 22 million acres of trees every year to replace the 15 million acres we're using for paper production. So more recycling actually will reduce the demand for these forests. So instead of an extra 7 million acres of trees that we're planting because we think we may need this paper, if we keep recycling all the paper, maybe those 7 million acres of trees will just turn into a condominium. Let's just put those up because people aren't using paper anymore, so it works out. So when it comes to paper overall, it's not a waste of resources. Those trees wouldn't exist if we didn't need paper in the first place. So whenever you see bins all over the place of reduce your carbon footprint, recycle paper, okay, great. But the trees that are used for the paper are there for the sole purpose of paper production. So the next time some hippie comes up and tells you, well, you realize the amount of rainforests that are destroyed because you have to have these reams of paper in your copy machine. No, actually, most of those trees come right here in the United States from farms that are made specifically for for paper production. But nice try, hippie. Now let's look at plastics, by the way. People recycle plastics. Plastics are the worst, man, because they never biodegrade. They're just going to sit in a landfill forever. They're just terrible. All right. So you're told to recycle plastic and Typically, it's a popular thing. Everyone hates water bottles for that reason. Okay. So the problem is there's only two kinds of plastic that you actually give a crap about. Any company that actually recycles plastic, there's two types. There's number one, PET or PET, and number two, HDPE bottles. These are in high demand with domestic companies here in the United States that actually want to use these, and it will be actually cost effective for them to be able to use these two types of grade of plastic. By the way, folks, commercial plastics have 7 different grades, 2 of which actually have any sort of value whatsoever. Numbers 3 through 7 plastics are typically either A, discarded in a landfill, or B, they're sent to China to be recycled and sorted through at a much lower labor rate and then turned into whatever China feels like turning it into. All right, so how much does it cost just in energy? Forget the taxpayer dollar for a second. What is the energy cost in shipping grade 3 through 7 plastic bottles to, let's say I'm in the middle of the country. I'm in Nebraska. I got to send this stuff to China because they're the only country who typically will recycle 3 through 7 plastics. How do I get this crap from Nebraska to China? And what will the emissions be on a really crappy boat flying off the coast of California all the way to China with a bunch of crappy plastic in it? Totally worth it, right? So the bottom line is when it comes to plastic, you can simply make plastic that's cheaper and better if you make new stuff. Bottom line. Yeah, it doesn't biodegrade. That's true. But it's freaking worthless as a recycled product. And again, even if you recycle plastic and it's the more valuable stuff, it may still end up worthless. And here is why another stupid reason people seem to say recycling makes sense. Okay, fine. You got me, Jason. Paper, I get it. Plastics, most of them we don't even recycle. But it's not hard, okay? Look at here in the United States. We have single stream recycling. It's real simple. You just have you have 2 cans. You have your general waste can and you have your recycle can. And it's not hard. You can put plastics in it. You can put cardboard in it. You can put paper in it. You can put glass in it. And what's really good about single stream recycling is, yeah, okay, granted it uses another truck, which is carbon emissions, which kind of offsets the whole reason why you recycle in the first place. But let's just continue this game. And it's only one truck. It's only another crew of people who come with your recyclables. And, okay, yeah, they're all in one bin, so then to sort through them is an absolute pain in the ass. Either it requires a lot of manual labor or it requires really high-tech machinery that isn't very energy efficient at all to actually sort through all the good stuff from the bad. But, hey, it's simple, right? It's super simple, and you can just throw all your recyclable stuff in this container, and again, you're already paying for it. So why wouldn't you do it? Yeah. Well, that totally makes sense. And if you think of the equipment and labor costs, I mean, you're not having a bunch of trucks picking up a bunch of stuff in different days like other countries do. Well, so what's the problem? That sounds great. America, we got this figured out. Yeah, well, not so fast. Because here's the thing. Once you take these single stream recyclables to a sorting facility, when you mingle recycled products together, when glass is touching paper, when plastics are touching cardboard, or when possible labels of food scraps may end up with the plastic bottles, you're causing contamination. And when you're causing contamination, your companies who actually do want to use recycled product are only going to get the best of the best recycled stuff. And so anything that's possibly contaminated because you're throwing a bunch of recyclables in one container ends up being lower grade stuff. And later on in the show, I'll tell you that if there's no market for lower grade stuff, where it ends up going, and you'll be amazed. So when you put them all together, granted, we're minimizing our carbon footprint here, but we're also making a lot of the stuff we're putting together in one container a lot more worthless than it normally would be if it was all separated. Well, then that's an easy one, Jason. Why don't we just separate all this stuff? It'd make it a lot simpler. Yeah, Because other countries do that, like Canada does, the UK does, and it works really well. For example, the UK, they have a blue can for bags and plastic and glass. They have a green one for paper and cardboard and a brown one for garden waste. And then you have your normal general trash can. It's 4 cans. It's no big deal. Now, because there's 4 different cans, the frequency in which they pick up trash is a lot less frequent than we're used to here in the States, which is like once a week. No, because what a lot of the councils, which end up being, I guess, their version of provinces or states in the UK, is a lot of times general waste is picked up fortnightly or every 2 weeks, where recyclables are only picked up once a month. Oh, and then here's the great thing that councils decided to do. They said, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to make people recycle here in the UK. We're going to do a switcheroo on them. Because if you're used to your recycle bin, here's how yours works, right? You got the big old trash can, and then you got the decent-sized recyclable can. But it's definitely smaller than the big old trash can. No, not in the UK. Because what they decided to do is, I'll show these bastards to recycle. Because we're only going to pick it up 4 days a week, or once a month, every 4 weeks, we're going to give the big can for recyclables and the teeny tiny can for general waste. And then when they run out of the room, they'll naturally go, oh, crap, well, I may as well recycle this stuff then. And then we're going to get more and more recycled goods in there, and that's going to be great. And then it gets even better. There are other councils throughout the UK. This is great, by the way. This is in, what's the name of it? Telford and Wrekin Council. There is a total, listen to this. This is how this particular portion of the UK does recycling. There's a gray wheelie bin for household waste, a green bin for garden waste, a black box for mixed glass, tins, aerosols, and tin foil, a blue bag for cardboard, and a blue box for paper and magazines. A small kitchen bucket is supposed to be emptied into the larger outdoor green bin. Plastic bottles must be placed in an orange drawstring bag, while old batteries and energy-efficient light bulbs need to be separated into small, identical clear polyethylene bags supported by, of course, the council. Your taxpayer money in the UK at hard work for 10 different containment units for trash. Yeah! You totally have that amount of time, right? I want to be picking through my, just like people like check their own stool samples for fiber. Yeah, that's what I want to be doing in my trash. I'm like, oh crap, there's an eggshell in my battery container. Crap, I got to get that out of there. Oh, and by the way, you have to remove all of the caps of everything that you try to recycle, and you got to rinse everything out, with water. Yeah, because, we're not trying to conserve water, just the plastics. That's the important thing. And we rinse those out because we don't want them to smell bad. And because we only pick up our trash every 2 weeks or every month, that's going to happen. So that's what we do in the UK, and it works out really, really well. Up next, what is the next step in regards to really saving the planet here on Earth Day? That's coming up next on this special Earth Day Backyard Tire Fire edition of According to Me. Be back in a bit.
Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama.
The earth hasn't been cold since the 70s in disco. Listen up here, boys and girls. This whole world's a disaster, see? Erosion of farmland, food deserts in the city. Got a big speech in front of the UN with slides that ain't so pretty. Too hot? Hot damn! The polar bears are dying, man. It's too hot? Hot damn! The right-wingers call me a liar, man. It's too hot? Hot damn! Climate czar, you know who I am. It's too hot? Hot damn! And the redistribution of money, check it out. Cap and trade, hallelujah. Woo! Cap and trade, hallelujah. Woo! Cap and trade, hallelujah. Woo! Cause Al Gore Bunk's gonna give it to you. Cause Al Gore Bunk's gonna give it to you. Cause Al Gore Bunk's gonna give it to you. My propaganda will never stop. Don't believe it, just watch. Don't believe me? Just watch.
I'm here to educate you about the single biggest threat to our planet. You see, there is something out there which threatens our very existence and may be the end to the human race as we know it. I'm talking, of course, about
Climate crisis.
Some people say that
Climate crisis.
isn't real. Well, I'm here to tell you now,
Climate crisis.
is very real. I'm serial.
Climate crisis.
Doesn't care who you are or what you've done.
Climate crisis.
Simply wants to get you. I'm super serial. But have no fear, because I am here to save you. And someday, when the world is rid of
Climate crisis.
everyone will say, thank you, Al Gore. You're super awesome.
We're gonna spread happiness. We're gonna spread freedom. Obama's gonna change it. Obama's gonna lead 'em.
So let me be clear. You didn't build that.
Everything he's done is clean as a whistle. He's never not only broken any law, he's never done anything wrong. He's the perfect father, the perfect husband, the perfect American.
Hey y'all, this is Sam Janney, or the Bunny as many of you know me by, your friendly neighborhood bad girl of conservatism. Here to talk to you about my show. I'll talk about conservative issues, my top 10 douchebags of the week, and have some pretty badass conservative guests on the show. All that, plus me, your resident bunny with a chainsaw.
Wednesday nights will never be the same. It's Unapologetically Bunny. Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98 Talk. Instead of liking pictures of your friend's cat or the fact that your friend got past stage 44 on Candy Crush, why not like the According to Me show on Facebook and see everything that we talk about on the show? Just go to facebook.com/According to Me show, like the show page, and you too can be targeted by the IRS. Do it today.
Yeah, hippies all around me. Hippies. They're everywhere. They want to save the earth, but all they do is smoke pot and smell bad. Help.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
This is a song I wrote especially for this occasion. It's called Men.
Men have feelings too. May I share mine with you? I may softly weep or cry out loud, but either way, I'll still be proud.
This sucks.
That men have feelings too. May I share mine with you? The inner child cries from deep within. Nurture me, brother. We both.
This is the worst song I've ever heard.
Yeah.
This sucks.
I am Captain Planet.
If I only would have known that his show was going to be on there, I would have never invented the internet. According to me.
In case you didn't know, today is Earth Day. And what that means is we take the day to share all our ideas on how to protect the environment. Things like recycling, saving energy, not polluting. All of this helps to take care of the Earth.
Earth Day, it's not unusual.
Clap your hands, y'all. It's Earth Day. More brainwashed kid music. Don't you love that? Welcome back, folks, to According to Me. So, we were talking landfills. We were talking recycling and you know, where the stuff goes. And the best way to make sure that we're recycling, because the single stream recycling you talked about, Jason, it kind of sucks. I mean, to think that all the effort we put here in America to try to recycle, a lot of it because it ends up contaminating itself because it's all in the same bin. The fact that it ends up being low-grade recyclables that a lot of people don't even want,
That kind of sucks. That kind of makes me feel like I'm wasting my time. Well, but it sounds like the things you were talking about in the UK, it sounds like a pain in the ass. Granted, you got like 88 different bins to recycle, but I'm guessing the reason why they don't do that, or they have that kind of setup, is they don't want to have our issue where they contaminate all of their recyclables, and so therefore all of the things they recycle are totally beneficial and have great value and benefit. Well, let me read you some statistics in regards to the amount of items that are recycled and the amount of items that end up in the landfill after you attempted to recycle them. Approximately 30% of everything recycled here in the United States ends up in a landfill. Now you're saying, wow, 70% isn't bad. Hold on. But just keep that number in mind. 30% of the stuff that we recycle ends up in a landfill, thus defeating a lot of the purpose. But again, we'll go there. Now, by the way, the Sanitation Department of New York, actually in their neck of the woods in New England, it's around the 45 percentile. But, only about half of the stuff ends up going to landfill anyway. But hey, it makes you feel good, right? Just like Coke. Anyway. But in the UK, I'm sure the utilization numbers are way higher. Well, the UK will tell you that. Because they'll tell you, hey, look, you should see based on this great government program, and you'll never guess where we get a lot of our progressive ideas from our good friends in Europe who are like, look, we have this great government program. It works incredibly well. 43% of households now recycle because of the great program. Now, 43%, that's way higher than it is here in the United States. But that's pretty good. 43% of households recycle in the UK. Well, that's really, really good. Here's the problem. Just like most government numbers that want to brag Obamacare, the numbers aren't factual. Because here's how the government gets their numbers in regards to who's recycling and who's not. Did we pick stuff up from you that was in a recycle bin? We did? All right, well, that counts. Well, not so fast considering. Let me just read some things for you. I think it makes a little bit more sense to say the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs revealed that most managers at recycle rubbish plants in the UK say that at best, some, and in most cases, hardly any, of the recycled items that are sent to them are usable. Huh? Why? Because I thought this contamination thing was the reason why. No, not necessarily, because, see, the recycled product requires demand, and when we still are getting low-grade recycles, we just don't have the demand for the low-grade recycles. And so what happens is imagine the people who have 10 different trash bins to put batteries in, to put garden waste, to put eggshells, to put plastics and bottles and glass and all these different places, to find out that in many instances, the families who spend their time sorting through all this crap, that many consuls claim that many recycled items are turned away by recycling depots. Instead, they go, oh, crap, well, off to the landfill it goes. And in fact, if there's any thought of contamination in England of their recycled products, they just take it to the landfill. They don't even question if it could be contaminated, because there are reports out there that recycled and possibly contaminated plastics and aluminum can actually cause cancer. And so they don't want to do that, so they just send them to the landfill. Well, you better hope that all of your citizens can follow your very simple 10 different bin system and don't possibly screw up and put a yogurt container in with the glass bottles, because when sifting through that, they go, oh, crap, we got to throw this all away. And they take it to the landfill. Now, people in England right now are furious over this, because they're like, well, wait a minute. You have us go through all this stuff. All of our tax dollars are going for all of these different colored stupid-ass bins that take up our whole front yard and have to sit there for 2 weeks or a month, and you end up taking most of it to a landfill? Thanks, UK. And what's funny about that is we here in the United States, a lot of the greenie weenies, a lot of the hippies will say we should do the same kind of thing. We should mandate that everyone recycles, or they should pay heavy fines like they do in England. And we should provide as many recycle bins as we need. Let's sort it all out. Well, let's say we do that here in the United States. Are we going to end up throwing all the crap away like they do in England? Which, by the way, we didn't touch on this part of recycling, which is, if you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different bins, you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different trucks picking up your trash. So instead of one truck using fossil fuels to possibly just pick up all your crap and send it to a landfill, no, we're going to send a minimum in the UK, minimum of 4 different trucks, minimum, to your house. But again, we're not going to do it as often. So we're going to try to offset our fossil fuel usage by not picking it up that often. So you'll just have smelly-ass garbage all around your house all for 2 weeks or a month time. But it's fine because you're doing your part to save the planet. And then when we take that stuff from you, we'll try to recycle through it, but most of it will actually end up in the landfills. It's estimated that even with the UK's great separation system that we don't have in the United States, that over 30% of the stuff that is recycled is thrown away. So even with our crappy single-serve system, it's about the same. Single stream, excuse me. It's about the same amount of stuff that's thrown away in a landfill. Now, I know what you're saying. Okay, well, that's still, 30%, 40%, all that sucks. 60%, see, listen, you typical conservative, glass is always half empty with you, isn't it, Jason? You can't look at the positives of recycling. Well, besides the fact that it uses lots of emissions with many trucks out there on the road, again, I don't really care about emissions, but you clearly do, so let's play your game. But on top of that, you have recycling plants. Now, there's a recycling plant in Washington State that produces more toxic emissions than any factory in the state. The most emissions out of any factory in the state of Washington is a recycling plant. Oh, and by the way, the next 3 biggest polluters in the state of Washington, you'll never guess, also recycling plants. Well, that's weird because I thought the whole point of recycling is we reduce our pollution because we got to worry about that, don't we? Well, okay, I get it. Well, maybe you have a point, okay? But let's not forget, at least, Jason, some stuff recycled doesn't make stuff go in a landfill, and stuff's just going to sit in a landfill forever, and they do nothing with stuff in landfills. Well, not necessarily. Because here, for example, if you look at Puente Hills landfill in Whittier, California, by the way, the nation's largest landfill. And speaking of landfills, when you remember seeing, and a lot of people, again, it's just like the sad Indian who's crying because he got Burger King thrown at his feet. You remember that video of the Mobro, like huge vessel outside of New York with all this trash and paper and cardboard, and they showed it on the news and went, oh, there is no place to empty this trash. Is this what America is coming to? We don't even have a spot for this trash to go? Unbelievable. And it became like the poster of saving the planet and reducing landfill space. Now, actually, the guy who owned the Mobro just didn't want to pay the amount of money it was going to cost him to dump all his trash in New York. So he decided, you know what, hell with it. I'll put it on a boat and I'll float down the coast and see if I can try to unload it somewhere else. Which is what he ended up trying to do. Went down to North Carolina. They told him no. So he ended up going back to New York and just paying it anyway. So there was landfill space. He was just trying to be a cheap ass. That's the bottom line. But that symbolism turned into, oh, the planet's dying. Yeah. Here's the thing. When you look at landfills as a whole, the evolution of the landfill here in America is actually pretty amazing. And there is some credit that can be given to regulation in that regard, with the amount of clay and the amount of things that they need to be able to naturally try to start the biodegrading process immediately upon sitting in a landfill. There's a lot that goes into landfill if you do your homework. But there's also, when you're looking at Puente Hills landfill in Whittier, California, you'll see that the main knock on landfills is, look, you get all this trash, you get all these plastics, all these dead meat and all this stuff that just sits there and rots. rots and it decomposes, and that turns into methane gas, and methane gas is a greenhouse gas, and methane gas will destroy the planet, and that's why we got to minimize our landfill spaces and uses. Well, Puente Hills landfill actually has a system in which all of the methane gas that is emitted from decomposition in the landfill is actually funneled into an electric storage unit a couple miles down the road, which is used to power 60,000 homes in California with methane gas every single day. Yeah, but total waste. Don't send it to a landfill. It's just going to sit there. There's going to be no good use of putting it in a landfill. On top of that, there's also huge changes and lots of innovation in regards to trash to energy programs of actually taking trash, the stuff that won't biodegrade, and creating energy from that. That's a much cleaner energy than what coal-based energy would be, right? But no, we want to reduce what we put in our landfills. But then we also want to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and our energy usage. Well, why don't we use the trash that's in the landfills and produce energy with that, like many landfills around the United States are already doing? Oh, you'll never know that because all you hear about is how landfills are terrible. Which, by the way, all of the trash we have here in the United States, you could have, and this would suck, don't get me wrong. We go through 220 million tons of trash per year in the United States. We could fill a 35-mile landfill for 1,000 years. And yet all we're worried about is, we have no room! No room to put this trash, right? And so again, I make the case. When we have the ability of doing what we can at landfills to make things as clean as possible, to not waste Americans' time, to not waste taxpayer money, and to not end up having most of the things you recycle go into a landfill in the first place, or be shipped to China to be processed because A, the labor rates are too high, or B, no one actually wants to buy these lower grade quality plastics that we're trying to recycle, that we're all guilt-tripped the hell out of into trying to do. You could easily make the case that if you want to save the planet, don't recycle. It's pretty simple. All right, watch out. Because due to climate change, the EPA is about to get all up in your grill. Yep, that's next here on According to Me.
New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. As I was walking that ribbon of highway, I saw a bus.
Are you conservative in a world of liberal?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're not alone. Hey, I'm Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice, and I'd like to invite you to tune in each Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern, where I'll break down the events of the week, and together we'll learn about how they affect you. So, sit back and get ready for the good, the bad, and the ugly of talk radio right here on K98 Talk.
Good day to you. As a distinguished gentleman, I need a serious source of news. One that doesn't waste my time when I'm enjoying my tea and crumpets.
White powdered! White powdered!
One that catches the most important stories of the day.
The poop plane.
Was it jet poop? Real serious nonsense. Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now on K98 Talk.
Gonna just move in another direction towards the classy.
We'll be classy and not say dildo.
They're completely different from shows that aren't.
He's the honey badger of internet radio.
Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy.
According to me.
Ew, what's that in its mouth?
Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Kumbaya,